each ward in order, call you up to the front. There is a Bible there. Don't feel obligated that we have to use it. If you don't want to, you don't have to. There's also in parentheses, so help me God on the form there. You do not have to say that either. And you swear or affirm. So it's whatever you're comfortable with. You'll bring your paper up with your disclosure. You will read it out, and then we will both sign. And then because our comms is here, we'll just take a little picture, and then we'll just kind of move down the list until we're done. Are there any questions? No?
So we bring our disclosure form up.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. No questions. I will move up there and get set up, and then I'll start. Okay, so I'll commence by calling the elected trustee of Ward 1, Shan Gwyneth Bruckner.
And so, do I have one?
Yep. And just
I, Shannon Gwyneth Bruckner, solemnly affirm that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the office of trustee with the Sturgeon Public School Division. So help me God.
thank you. Just sign it.
That is not a good man.
Do you want to do a handshaking picture? Next, I will call up the elected trustee for Ward 2, Cindy Briggs.
Sure.
Sure. Okay.
Left, right?
Yes. I think you're right.
I, Cindy Briggs, swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to the law the office of trustee with the Sturgeon Public School Division. So help me God.
Why there's two.
Okay, there's a problem. It doesn't work, Sean. There we go.
You want to do the same thing?
Sure.
There you go. Okay, next I will call up the elected trustee for Ward 3, Barbara Brochu. Yes.
I, Barbara McCaffrey Brochu, swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the office of trustee with Sturgeon Public School Division. So help me God.
Thank you. Oh, do you want to do it with the? Change it. Let's change it up a bit. Oh, you already signed. Yes, sir.
I don't know.
You're good.
Okay, and that?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, I will call up the elected trustee for Ward 4, Neil James O'Shea. There you go. Okay.
I, Neil O'Shea, solemnly affirm I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute, according to law, the office of trustee with Sturgeon Public School Division.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'll sign it.
there we go. Thanks, Tom.
I'm going to be in a lot of pictures.
Well, you want those?
So next, I will call up the elected trustee for Ward 5, Stacy Buga.
I need to raise my hand. Doesn't matter.
Sure.
I, Stacy Buga, solemnly affirm that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute, according to law, the office of trustee with the Sturgeon Public School Division.
Thank you. Okay. Next, I will call the elected trustee for Ward 6, Brian Reed. Yay or nay?
I, Brian Reed, solemnly affirm that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability, executing according to law, the office of trustee with Sturgeon Public School Division. So help me God.
Okay. And last but not least, our trustee elected for Ward 7, Crystal Gibbons. You want to? Let's go.
I, Crystal Gibbons, swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the office of trustee, the Sturgeon Public School Division. Okay, sign it first.
Some people had their sign, so it kind of.
Oh. I didn't know. Almost did.
Okay. Swearing. Michelle, do you mind? Okay, so the swearing in ceremony is now adjourned at 9:09. I'm just gonna flip 1 and 2 because I find it a little bit weird that I'm doing roll call before I adjourn. So I'm just gonna adjourn our organization, or not adjourn, call to order our organizational meeting first. So I'll call the organizational meeting together at 9:09. And then I will do a roll call. So in attendance are Shauna Warren, Superintendent, Lisa Lacroix, Associate Superintendent, Human Resources, Sean Nicholson, Associate Superintendent, Corporate Services, Michael Graham, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Trustee Ward 1, Shannon Berkner, Trustee Ward 2, Cindy Briggs, Trustee Ward 3, Barbara Brochu, Trustee Ward 4, Neil O'Shea, Trustee Ward 5, Stacy Buga, Trustee Ward 6, Brian Reed, and then Trustee Ward 7, Crystal Gibbons. So I'm going to move to item 3, treaty and land acknowledgement. Sturgeon Public Schools respectfully acknowledges that we teach, learn, and grow together on Treaty 6 territory and homeland of the Métis. We honor and respect the history, language, ceremonies, and culture of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people who have called this land home for countless generations. We recognize the Cree, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Métis, Dene, and Nakota Sioux, and Inuit for their care, love, and stewardship of this place. We are grateful for those who share their knowledge with us and help to foster a respectful relationship with all of our relatives on this land. We are committed to understanding the harm done in the name of education and continue to learn to honor the true spirit of Treaty 6 as a promise of our friendship, collaboration, and peaceful alliance. So I'm going to move now to item 4, which is election of the chair. So I'm going to make the first call for nominations for the office of Chair of Board of Trustees. Are there any nominations?
Brian Reed, Ward 6, I would like to nominate Barbara Brochu for chair.
And then Trustee Brochu, do you accept?
Barb Brochu, trustee Ward 3, I accept.
So now I'll move to the second call for nominations for the office of Board Chair of Trustee. And I ask if there's any second nominations.
Shannon Berkner, Ward 1. I nominate Stacy Buga for the office of chair.
Trustee Buda.
Thank you. I accept.
Okay, so I am going to move to a third call for the nomination of the office of Chair of the Board of Trustees. Just going to ask if there's a third nomination. So as there's no third nomination, as there's no one presented for third nomination, and we have two candidates, we'll be moving to our balloting process so that every trustee can make a vote. So I'm just going to flip over here. Okay. So as part of our balloting process, each of you will be given a blank ballot. Please write the name of the individual that you are electing as chair for the Board of Trustees. The executive assistant will be handing out each of those ballots, and the associate superintendent for human resources will move into the counting room to count those ballots and make me aware of the results, and then we'll elect the board chair from those results. Okay. Yes, thank you. Fair point. So I would like to actually just give each candidate a chance to say, a little word or two. So Barb, trustee Brochu, I'll start with you.
Barb Brochu, trustee Ward 3. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to thank you for your nomination, Brian, and your vote of support. I'm very much looking forward to this year. I think we had a wonderful start with our PD with Jordan Tinney the last few days, and I hope that will be able to be what holds us and gels us together. As a board, I think it's very important that we have that culture of trust and respect, and that we move forward with an ongoing working relationship with one another. So I look forward to the opportunity to serve you as chair. Thank you.
And trustee Buga.
Thank you. Thank you for the nomination, Shannon. I appreciate it. I've looked around the table and I know that people want change. People have voted for change, but they've also voted for me to return. And I've thought hard about how I can best serve the board. And right now I feel that my experience as vice chair, my priority on learning, and my working relationship with our superintendent will be useful as we transition to our new vision, our new procedures that fit us as a board. And I will work to build trust and empathy around our table and promote that culture of unity that we all voiced as our priority over the last couple of days. I hope you'll consider me for this role, but I know that no matter where I sit, I'll bring my knowledge and my best effort to this board to support the work that we're doing. On Monday, we were asked what we bring to the table, and I chose that picture of the skateboarder. And I strongly believe that, in the words of Theodore Roosevelt, with the daring greatly, if I don't try, then I haven't put my best self forward. So I hope that you will consider me for the role of chair for the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. So we'll move into the balloting process. Okay, so we have the results. Barb Brochu has been elected chair of the Board of Trustees. So I'm just going to direct that the ballots will be destroyed in alignment with the process, and then the board will assume the chair, which is next to the superintendent.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your vote of support. At this point in time, we will move to the election of the vice chair. Correct, John? Okay, I'm just going to find number 5. We'll have the first call for nominations for the office of vice chair for the Board of Trustees. And I invite you to,
Shannon Berkner, Ward 1. I nominate Stacy Buga to the office of Vice Chair for the Board of Trustees.
okay. Okay, the board will call for second call for nominations for the,
She accepts the nomination.
oh, say, Stacy, would you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, moving for the second call for nominations as vice chair of the Board of Trustees.
Trustee Gibbons for Ward 7. I nominate Neil O'Shea.
Trustee O'Shea.
No, I decline, respectfully decline. Thank you very much, though.
Okay. We'll then move to the third call for nominations for the office of vice chair of the Board of Trustees.
Brian Reed, Ward 6. I would like to nominate Cindy Briggs for vice chair.
Trustee Briggs, do you accept?
I do accept.
All right, so this is not acclamation. We are moving to the vote. So could we have the ballots? Does anyone want to speak to their, does anyone want to speak to their nominations? Okay,
Save the nominations of seats if you wanted to stay.
okay. All right, so nominations are now closed. And we will have the opportunity to speak to your nomination. Trustee Bucco.
Thank you. I will spare you rereading what I had already said, but I will reiterate that I have a background as a librarian. I know the information that has already been presented. I feel like I can save a lot of time and really help grow this board and share information efficiently. As supporting role as a vice chair, I think that will be critical. But again, no matter what seat I am in, I am more than happy to provide my knowledge around the table.
Thank you.
Thank you for the nomination. I believe that this is a very critical role, and you also need to think very critically and fair and support the board chair in this position. I'm looking forward to growing this board and changing our direction together. with trust and cohesiveness. I have a very strong background being on the Board of Trustees previously and working for the school division for 20-some years. And I'm looking forward to this role if I'm elected.
Thank you, Trustee Briggs. Trustee O'Shea, do you wish to speak to your decline?
Sure.
Not that you have to.
Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4. I certainly appreciate the support from Crystal and the nomination. I'm looking forward to coming and learning a lot about trusteeship, and in the future may look at one of those chairs. But for now, I think I'm just happy sitting back and learning as much as I can about how a board operates from this side of the table. So thank you.
Thank you for your consideration. All right, at this point in time, we will move to the handing out of the ballots. Oh, I think that's Neil's. Welcome back. I will now announce that Trustee Cindy Briggs has been elected Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees. Congratulations and welcome, Cindy.
My back.
Michelle, could we destroy the ballots for that vote, please? we're going to move to item 6, the Code of Ethics. We'll put it up on the screen for everyone's convenience, and this is something that we will read together. Thank you. Beginning with, together, as an elected member of the Board of Trustees, number 1, I will devote time, thought, and study to the duties and responsibilities of trusteeship so that I may render effective and credible service. Number 2, I will promote transparent, ethical governance policies, ensuring all decisions are made with equity, accountability, and fairness in mind. Number 3, I will abide by the board's code of conduct and understand that any violation of ethical standards may result in formal complaint procedures, hearings, and potential sanctions as outlined by board policy. Number 4, I will engage in ongoing professional development and learning opportunities to strengthen my effectiveness as trustee, particularly in the areas of governance, ethics, and leadership. Number 5, I will recognize that the expenditure of school funds is a public trust, and I will support policies and practices which ensure that all such funds are expended efficiently, economically, and in the best interest of the students and electors of the division. Number 6, I will endeavor to work with my fellow trustees in a spirit of harmony and cooperation in spite of differences of opinion that may arise during vigorous debate. I will avoid rancor and bitterness, observe proper decorum and behavior, encourage full and open discussion in all matters with my fellow members of the board. Number 7, I will act as a role model for the students, staff, and the community, promoting ethical behavior and the highest standard of integrity in all my interactions. Number 8, I will address conflicts and differences of opinion with my fellow trustees respectfully and constructively, both in board meetings and outside of formal settings. Number 9, I will base personal decision upon all available facts in each situation, voting my honest conviction in every case. Number 10, I will do everything possible to maintain the integrity, confidence, and dignity of the office of the school trustee, and I will resist every temptation and outside pressure to misuse my position as a trustee to benefit either myself or any other individual or agency. Number 11, I will respect the confidentiality of information, discussions, and decisions made in closed meetings or concerning sensitive matters in accordance with board policies and legal requirements. Number 12, I will support a culture where concerns about ethical conduct can be raised without fear of retaliation and will not engage in or condone any retaliatory behavior toward those who raise such concerns in good faith. Number 13, I will avoid any conflicts of interest and make decisions that are in the best interest of the division as a whole, ensuring that my fiduciary responsibilities are always fulfilled with integrity and impartiality. Number 14, I will not use my position as trustee to influence board decisions for personal, family, or external interests, and will avoid any appearance of favoritism or partiality. Number 15, I will always remember at all times that as an individual, I have no legal authority outside the meetings of the board unless the board has so delegated. My relationship with the school staff, the local citizenry, and the media will be conducted on the basis of this fact. Number 16, I will be mindful of my conduct and communication, including on social media, understanding that my actions reflect on the board as a whole. I will ensure that all public communication is respectful and in line with the board's policies and values. 17, I will always bear in mind that the primary function of the board is to establish the policies by which the schools are to be administered, and that the daily administration of the educational program and conduct of school business shall be the responsibility of the superintendent and her staff. Therefore, I will refer complaints and other communications to the superintendent in accordance with policies and procedures approved by the board. Number 18, I will maintain professional and respectful relationships with the superintendent and all school staff, understanding the importance of their supporting roles without interfering in day-to-day operations. 19, I will earnestly attempt to promote goals based on the needs and aspirations of the community and do my best to support effective educational programs for students. And number 20, I will promote and support policies and actions that reflect the values of equity, diversity, and inclusion, ensuring that all students, staff, and community members are treated with fairness and respect. So help me God. All right, moving on to the date, time, and place of our regular meetings. Okay. I'm just looking for the chart that we had in our, okay. So schedule for public board meetings. As presented in the package, November 26th, we have a motion to move that to another date, or we have already moved it.
Thank you, Chair. Shauna Warren, Superintendent. So if I know the board had discussed a potential conflict that it could be a friendly amendment. So the motion right now sits that the packages and dates are set. That is the motion. But if there was to be an amendment or request, you could choose how you do it, redo the motion or ask a friendly amendment.
Trustee O'Shea?
Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4. I am just requesting a friendly amendment to move the November 26th meeting to November 25th, if that's at all possible.
Is there any discussion around that? Would you like to make that motion? Trustee O'Shea?
Is it a friendly amendment?
And the board agrees that that would be a friendly amendment unless there's somebody who opposed. The chair would need to ask that if.
Is there anyone opposed to this being a friendly amendment? Okay, go ahead, Trustee O'Shea.
Trustee O'Shea, I make the motion that amendment be made to the original motion, requesting that the calendar be that the schedule of public board meetings be approved and presented with the amendment of moving the November 26th meeting to November 25th.
Thank you. Is there any discussion about that? Has anyone had a chance to look at any of the other dates to see if there would be conflicts? Trustee Bucca.
I'm just wondering if we are okay with the timing of 1 p.m. starts and meetings to be held at the Frank Robinson Education Center.
Let's open that up for discussion. Trustee Reid?
I'm just wondering if there is come a time when we do have conflict, if there's an opportunity to be online as a trustee for those meetings, if that's an option or if that's not an option.
Thank you. Great question, Trustee Reid. That is in your policy that we do have the option for online attendance for meetings.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns regarding the 1 o'clock start for the afternoon board meeting? No conflicts with Trustee Bucca?
I would ask that the time and place of the meetings be included in the motion. If we want to do that as a friendly amendment, the recommended motion includes that information.
So starting at 1 o'clock here.
Yeah, further, the public board meetings to be held at the Frank Robinson Education Center in Morinville at 1 p.m.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Trustee Briggs?
Trustee Briggs, Ward 2. I'm just wanting some some information on why we would change it from 9 a.m. to 1 o'clock. Just wondering some information, maybe senior admin can enlighten me.
Are you good with that, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Shauna Warren, Superintendent. And so the proposal coming from board, from admin for the 1 o'clock start is that the board would have their committee of the whole, which is professional learning and time in the mornings before those meetings in preparation of the public board meeting at 1. So the committee of the whole would be in the morning to allow the time for a working meeting for the board.
Thank you, Superintendent Warren. Perhaps we need to open that up for discussion. Is that part of our motion, or are we just going to vote?
No, cow is not. part of
Okay,
the
so we're
motion.
just going to vote on this. Okay. I'm wondering if we can agree on the dates to begin with, go back and determine when our committee of the whole meetings are, and then come back and determine if we are 9 or 1. Would that be a fair process? Okay. Let's vote with the amendment that we would move the November 26th meeting to the 25th, and that we will determine the time after we do the committee of the whole, and we will determine that we are meeting here, otherwise online. Okay? Yes?
Sorry, I apologize, Chair. Just in our board operations, in our policy, by resolution at the annual organizational meeting, date, start time, and standing adjournment time, and place of regular meetings needs to take place. I'm just making sure that this will happen in this meeting.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll call the vote. Trustee O'Shea, would you like to just reiterate your part of the amendment?
Certainly. My part is just to move the regularly scheduled board meeting from November 26th to November 25th.
Thank you. And otherwise, the motion as it stands without the time of start. Trustee Warren.
Sorry, could I just request, Chair, that the actual recommended motion be read as is in the package, just with the friendly amendment added?
Sure. Could we have someone read the motion?
And I would, sorry, I feel it should still be Trustee O'Shea because he did
Okay.
put it on the floor.
Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4, recommended motion that the Board of Trustees approve the schedule of public board meetings for the 25-26 school year as attached in the organizational meeting package with the friendly amendment, or with the amendment that the meeting scheduled for Wednesday, September 26th be moved to Tuesday, November 25th.
Thank you, Trustee O'Shea.
Oh, and then, sorry. And sorry, there was just a misspeak that was November, so
November, yes, there
and
was a
then
misspeak
There is
there.
one more statement just about the place, if you could finish the rest of the motion, please. And thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Further, the board meetings be held at the Frank Robinson Center in Morinville at 1 p.m.
At the Frank Robinson Center, time to be determined.
Thank you.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, the change of time would be a friendly amendment, so the motion is at 1 o'clock p.m. It's on the floor. That's in the memo. Start.
Did we not discuss that we would do the committee of the whole first? And determine,
Would you like to speak? Just, sorry, it's not my meeting.
I'm a bit confused. I'm sorry. Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4. I was looking for a friendly amendment to move the meeting from November 26th to November 25th. Was the amendment that I wanted to make to that motion.
understood. Do we need another friendly amendment to amend the time to be determined at a later date? You wanted it done at the organizational meeting.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to clarify. Yeah, you're actually probably trying to look for two friendly amendments.
Okay.
And we asked if Trustee O'Shea's friendly amendment was accepted by all, but we didn't do that for the second friendly amendment. which
Okay.
we also,
Okay, so the second request would be for a second friendly amendment to remove the actual time of the meeting to be determined at a later date. Is that agreeable to the trustees? Is that a friendly amendment if we determine the time later on? Yes.
Sorry, Chair. So the date and the time must be set today for public board meetings. Committee of the whole is not it's not the public board meeting. So the 1 o'clock start, that must be decided today. Otherwise, the board would not be able to proceed with your next month's meeting. So we actually need to start time decided on for the meetings, which if you decided after the next public board meeting to change that, you could bring forward a motion to change the start time.
Trustee Reed.
Brian Reed, Ward 6. I would like to just suggest that Mr. O'Shea makes his amendment to our meeting of the 26th, move to the 25th, including the time at 1 p.m. at the Frank Robinson Learning Center.
Agreed? Okay, we will call the vote. Those in favor, do you want to read it again so we can be clear what we are voting on, Trustee O'Shea?
That the Board of Trustees approve the schedule of public board meetings attached as that in the organizational meeting package, with the amendment of moving the meeting of November 26th to November 25th. Further, that the board meetings be held at the Frank Robinson Education Center in Morinville at 1 p.m.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried.
Is that unanimous? Sorry, was it unanimous? Yes.
Thank you. We will move now to item number 8 on the agenda, trustee membership of committees. Do you have a motion for this, Trustee Bucca?
I don't have record of all of the names, but I believe the superintendent does. If I'd be happy to make the motion if superintendent wants to support in that. I would move that the Board of Trustees approve the following membership committees for the 25-26 school year, beginning with, or I'll let the superintendent continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for the ATA Negotiations Committee, for Committee of the Whole, it is all trustees. For the Student Discipline Committee, as per policy, that is trustees' attendance depends on the ward, et cetera, but there is a quorum of 2. For ATA Negotiations Committee, Trustee Briggs, Trustee Buga, Trustee Gibbons. For QP Negotiations Committee, Trustee Gibbons, Trustee Buga, Trustee Berkner. For the Teacher Board Advisory Committee, Trustee Reed, Trustee O'Shea, Trustee Berkner. And for the Labor Management Committee, Board Chair Brochu, Trustee Gibbons, and Trustee Buga.
Trustee Buga, are you adding the request for the policy committee at this point in time, or do you want to do that later?
Do I do it in this motion, or can I do a separate motion to create the ad hoc committee?
You could do a separate one to do the ad hoc committee. So
That was what I was intending.
Okay, we will vote on this motion then with the appointment to committees as outlined by Superintendent Warren. Any discussion or conversation regarding the names that were called for this? Okay, we will move forward with vote. All those in favor with the trustee membership committees as outlined by Superintendent Warren, all in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll move to item number 9, board representatives to other organizations. Do we have a motion for this one as discussed yesterday? Superintendent Warren, do you want to?
skip there, sorry, package.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, this one does as well. This is your board representatives to other organizations. So there is a motion. And again, I could be reading out the names. And then after that, I know trustee Buga that the board did want to add an ad hoc committee, so you could be adding that. And if you would like to add that here, and you could add a separate motion. But someone does need to read the motion, please.
Trustee Buga?
I'm going to, ahead of the recommended motion, I am going to move that the Board of Trustees approve the establishment of a policy committee for the 25-26 school year with the following mandate, membership, and term. The mandate is to make recommendations to the board regarding revisions to existing board policy and the development of new policy to ensure alignment with legislative requirements, board priorities, and the division's strategic direction. The membership will be 3 trustees appointed by board motion, 1 administration support member to assist with research, drafting, and coordination. And the term of the committee is the committee will operate for the 25-26 school year and will be dissolved upon completion of its mandate or at the discretion of the board. Further, that the Board of Trustees appoint the following members to the policy committee for the 25-26 school year: Trustee Brochu, Trustee Buga, and Trustee Berkner.
Opening for discussion. Trustee O'Shea?
Just some clarification. Are meetings like the policy committee, would they be open to all trustees who are interested in attending?
Chair, you good? Thank you. Thank you. Great question, Superintendent Warren. Yes, as per policy, it is the members are, you have your voting members, so those people and anybody else is welcome to join those meetings, those committees. Yes.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, any other questions for clarification or? All right, we'll call the vote. Would you like to read the motion again so we know what we're voting on, Trustee Buga?
I can do that. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the establishment of a policy committee for the 25-26 school year with the following mandate, membership, and term. Mandate to make recommendations to the board regarding revisions to existing board policy and the development of new policy to ensure alignment with legislative requirements, board priorities, and the division's strategic direction. Membership, 3 trustees appointed by board motion, 1 administration support member to assist with research, drafting, and coordination. Term, the committee will operate for the 25-26 school year and will be dissolved upon completion of its mandate or at the discretion of the board. Further, that Board of Trustees appoint the following members of the policy committee for the 25-26 school year: Trustee Brochu, Trustee Buga, and Trustee Berkner.
Thank you. Calling the vote, all those in favor of the establishment of the policy committee? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Do you also want to make the motion for the committees as discussed with Superintendent Warren yesterday?
I certainly can. Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the following board representatives to other organizations for the 25-26 school year, and we'll ask Superintendent Warren to read the names, please.
Superintendent Warren?
Thank you, Chair. Shauna Warren, Superintendent. So for Alberta School Board Association, Zone 2-3, Board Chair Barb Brochu, and the alternate is Trustee Gibbons. For Public School Board Association of Alberta, it will be a Vice Chair, Trustee Briggs, and Trustee Reed as alternate. For TIBA representative, it will be Vice Chair Briggs. For Morinville Sturgeon Rotary, it will, we are very fortunate to have somebody who sits on that. So our Trustee Reed will be attending the Rotary meetings. And Community Services Advisory Board, we have Vice Chair Briggs.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any conversation, discussion, questions for clarification? Trustee Briggs.
With all due respect, there was a name missed with Rotary, Trustee O'Shea, we discussed.
I
Trustee
did have a
O'Shea.
conversation. Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4. I had some conversation with Trustee Reed this morning as well as Superintendent Warren. I had a bit of a second sobering thought last night about my time commitment to that. The regular meetings would not be an issue, but I understand with Rotary, having been a former Rotarian, that there are a number of expectations in order to fill the Rotary mandate.
Mhm.
And right now, I didn't feel I had the capacity to fill the mandate that comes with being a Rotarian. The representation at Rotary meetings was fine with me, but the further expectation around that presented a challenge for me. So I respectfully removed my name from that.
Thank you, Trustee O'Shea. Are you fine with the plan to go forward?
Yeah, Brian Reed, Ward 6. Mr. O'Shea and I spoke about that this morning. I had second thoughts about having both of us there as well last night. It seemed to be a make work project for us, and I don't think we need to double up on some of that. So I'm fine to be that person at Rotary. And however that looks financially from school division to Rotary, I'm fine to make adjustments, whatever needs to be made. If the school board pays that fee, my fee's already paid, but I'm fine to do whatever we need to do to transition to that role.
Thank you, Trustee Reed. Trustee Briggs, does that answer your question for clarification?
Yes, thank you for the clarification.
All right, let us then move forward to accept the representations. Oh, sorry, further.
I believe yesterday, as we were closing, we realized that Rural Caucus was not there, and perhaps it should be. So I would suggest that maybe we add Rural Caucus to that list of board representatives to other committees.
Thank you, Superintendent Warren, you're doing that. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you. And it was Trustee Buga who be the representative. And thank you.
Trustee Reed, and then Trustee O'Shea.
For clarification, are we adding Rural Caucus as 9.9 in the agenda?
See that?
Yes.
Yes, that would be added to the committees.
Do we need a motion to do so?
If the motion, it was a friendly amendment, that, because it does just say committees, but with that addition of the committee, that Trustee Buga could reread the motion just with the addition of Rural Caucus.
Could you do that, please, Trustee Buga?
Thank you. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the following board representatives to other organizations for the 25-26 school year. Alberta School Boards Association Zone 2-3, Trustee Brochu and alternate Trustee Gibbons. Public School Board Association of Alberta, Trustee Briggs, alternate Trustee Reed. Sorry, is that correct? Yep. Thank you. TIBA representative, Trustee Briggs. Sturgeon, Morinville Sturgeon Rotary representative, Trustee Reed. Community Services Advisory Board, Trustee Briggs, I believe, with a friendly amendment to include Rural Caucus, Trustee Buga.
Thank you. Are we ready to proceed to vote, or did you have another question? Okay, Trustee.
Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4. We also talked yesterday about Sturgeon Compson High School and having the school council reps. That seemed to be a part of the board representation to other organizations. So we would need to make sure that one was in there as well, please.
Superintendent Warren, that was on a rotating basis for several trustees. How would you like to include that?
So it's actually not written. It's more of an informal of the board that it is agreed upon. So it was discussed yesterday in historically that school councils based on the ward that some of our trustees may only have, or one only has one school. And so it was that person could, but the reason why we always had an alternate was because that sometimes someone can't go to school council if the board still feels that it is the role of the board to attend school council meetings, that there was an alternate to attend Sturgeon Comp. But it was Trustee O'Shea. That ward tends to be the one that does do the comp because they just have one school. But I don't know if there was other trustees who spoke who would like to speak about that from yesterday discussion.
Okay. Are we fine to move forward with the motion as stated, with the understanding that that will be clarified as we go along? Trustee O'Shea, or would you like that clarified now?
No, Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4, I think it's clear. I just think we should have it included in board representation to other organizations as it was in our original agenda.
Thank you.
It was
Trustee Warren, you can look after that piece. All right, moving forward to the vote. Thank you, Trustee Buga. Does anyone require the motion to be read again, or are we prepared to vote? Hands up if you need more clarification. Otherwise, we will move to vote. All in favor of trustee Buga's motion? Carried unanimously. All right, we are on item number 10, which is the close of the meeting. We don't need a motion to close meeting?
Not for this one, you can just call it closed at a time.
Okay, so we are going to close the meeting at 10 o'clock,
9:59.
9:59. Thank you. Trustee Buga suggested we have a bio break, and I don't think we'll vote on that. I think we'll just move forward with that.
All in favor?
All in favor, exactly. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. We call the public board meeting to order at Superintendent 10:09. Welcome, everyone. I want to congratulate everyone on their appointment and swearing in today. It was a big day for everyone and sort of the culmination of 2 days of very rewarding professional development and getting to know one another. So welcome everyone to the table. And as Trustee O'Shea mentioned before, that we all belong here. So just wanting to move forward with a very warm welcome. And I'd also like to mention the warm welcome back to our staff and students to back to school in October. So hopefully everybody will have a great journey for the rest of the year. Thank you for that. Trustee O'Shea, could you lead us with the land acknowledgement, please?
I would be honored to. Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4. Sturgeon Public Schools respectfully acknowledges that we teach, learn, and grow together on Treaty 6 territory and the homeland of the Métis. We honor and respect the history, the languages, the ceremonies, and cultures of First Nations, Inuit, Métis people who have called this land home for countless generations. We recognize the Cree, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, the Métis, the Dene, the Nakota Sioux, and the Inuit for their care, love, and stewardship of this place. We are grateful for those who share their knowledge with us and help to foster a respectful relationship with all of our relatives on this land. We are committed to understanding the harms done in the names of education and continue to learn to honor the true spirit of Treaty 6 as a promise of friendship, collaboration, and a peaceful alliance.
Thank you, Trustee O'Shea. Before we move to the approval of the agenda, are there any additions or changes? I did have a note that we would want to have a conversation about the committees, but we've already handled that in the organizational meeting. Any other changes or additions? Okay. Can we move forward to approve the agenda as circulated?
Brian Reed, Ward 6. I move to accept the agenda as presented.
All right. Any discussion about the agenda as circulated, or can we move forward to the vote? All in favor of approving the agenda as circulated? Carried unanimously. Moving forward to the approval of the minutes. Before we move into the approval of the minutes, which is item 4.1, I would like to consider our work the past few days with Jordan Tinney, and I would like to entertain a motion, if there's such desire from the table, that we do one of two things. Either approve the minutes with exception to the action items that are included in the policy and AP work, policy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and previous policy 800, which is now an AP. This work was completed during the past 6 months during the nomination period of the election, and our work with Jordan Tinney indicated that the board would like to review these. So I would suggest that rather than approving them through the minutes, we have an exception and approve everything except the policy work, or perhaps the board is of an appetite to strike the item from the agenda. So let's open that up for discussion, but it does come from our work with Jordan Tinney that we would like to review the policy work, and we do have a work plan for reviewing policies. Many of these policies do come up for review in November and December. So let's open that up for conversation, and perhaps we could hear from some of the people who had that suggestion coming forward in our workshop the last couple of days, and what are our thoughts? Trustee Bucca.
All due respect, Chair, those motions have actually passed. This is just approval of the minutes of whether that recording is accurate or not. those policies can absolutely come back. But in the minutes, that is what happened. And minutes are only a recording of, is this accurate or is this not accurate? So I think that you would need a second motion to bring those back for conversation, which is absolutely fine. But I think the motion, we have to make sure that the minutes are recorded properly.
Okay.
You can't change what already happened, unfortunately. So
Okay, thank you
I-
for suggesting a process there. Trustee O'Shea, and then Trustee Briggs.
Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4. Yes, when I was looking at the board work plan and I looked at the upcoming policies to review in November, I noticed that a number of those were approved within the last 6 months.
Mhm.
And I appreciate the comment about Jordan Tinney's work. So I would think if they're on our work plan, I think we need to go back and take a look at them and see if they're reflective of the work we did in the last 2 days,
Mhm.
because I think that those are the policies that are going to guide our work for the next 4 years. So they are in our work plan,
Okay.
and I think a review of those would be timely.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Briggs?
Cindy Briggs, Ward 2. September 24th, 2025 meeting, there's only one person sitting at the table that could approve and no one could second it. So we're in a bit of a predicament here with 4.1.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Trustee.
sorry, as per our policies, we don't require a seconder. I would move that that the minutes be passed as that is accurate as to what happened. Ms. Superintendent Warren has further parliamentary advice as far as that goes when there's only one person to vote.
I would just recommend if the board needed to take a recess, Chair, respectfully, because this is just the minutes. And a board is a board until the new board is elected, and the work of the board did not end until the new board was elected. Those policies are in place, and they're your policies that you must follow. So I would just recommend the board, if you needed some time to go through that, because if you want to change those policies, they remain in place. The board must follow them until the board brings them back and approves a new one. So again, just to reiterate, this is the minutes, but if the board needed time, this is a new board, then I recommend you may want to go to a recess just to discuss, to read over what the policies do state.
Trustee O'Shea?
I don't see that it's a requirement. I don't think there's anything untoward in those policies. So I think we can continue on and we can review them as the schedule that was presented.
Thank you.
I don't know that we need a recess right now to review them.
Okay.
I think the question around it is more about, can we approve the minutes as they were presented? The policies, I think Trustee Buga has indicated that they were passed already by the previous board.
Mhm.
And this was just a discussion about whether we can pass the minutes or not with one person.
Thank you. Okay, any other discussion? All right, I'm going to ask Trustee Buga for you to make that motion and vote on it yourself, please.
You bet. I move for the approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of September 24th, 2025. I am in favor.
Okay,
I'm sorry, just to clarify that you are the board, there must be a vote of all members of the minutes. So that's the motion, but the entire board must motion and it's for the minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's revote. Trustee Buga, could you read, please, the motion that we will all vote on this time?
I move that we approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of September 24th, 2025.
Thank you. And the vote is, all in favor? Four? And opposed? Okay. Okay. All right. Are you
Sorry,
clear
Chair,
with,
just for the minutes?
go ahead.
Sorry, could we just have just a clarification who the voted for the vote and opposed, just so that we can get it for the minutes, please, and thank you.
Okay. Those in favor, would you raise your hand again, please? Do you need those opposed? Thank you. Moving to item 4.2, the approval of the minutes of the special board meeting held October 20th, 2025.
I move to approve, oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Trustee Buga, Ward 5, I move to approve the minutes of the special board meeting of October 20th, 2025, as presented.
Any discussion regarding that? I think we probably have the same dilemma. However, we will move forward to a vote. Trustee O'Shea.
I'm just wondering what happens if the minutes do not get passed.
We would have to pause and review that. That is a very good question because it's the minutes for a meeting. So thank you, because we would have to look that up. And I apologize, but that has never happened to me before.
Okay, are we, okay, Trustee Gibbons? Nope. Sorry. Any other questions for clarification? And we can pause and get answers to those kinds. Would you like to know that before we vote? No. Okay, thank you. All right, so we can move forward with the vote. Trustee Buga has moved that we would approve the minutes of the special board meeting on October 20th, 2025. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? All right. Seeing no presentations or delegations, we will move to the action items. Moving to item 7.1, which is the 25-26 Student Advisory Committee meetings. Is that something you are speaking to, Superintendent Warren? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Shauna Warren, Superintendent. So there is a motion here for the board to consider. This motion did come under the previous board, but with labor action, we are requesting a date change. So as per policy 8, it is your appendix G, it talks about our student advisory committee. And so in there, the board believes in and supports the inclusion of student voice in its deliberations. Therefore, the board shall establish a student advisory committee. And so for this year, the original meeting was to take place on November 4th, and just with labor action and letting our schools get settled and back in, the request that we are bringing forward for the board to consider is a date change and moving that to December 9th.
Is there discussion regarding the date change from November the 7th to December the 9th? Trustee Buga.
For clarification, sorry, Trustee Buga, Ward 5. For clarification, can I ask administration to share, was there 2 dates that were originally, is there still 2 meetings of the Student Advisory Committee planned? And is there, my thought on this was that even in December, I think our students, particularly our high school students, may not have capacity to take on further roles. So I'm just wondering, has this been run past administration within our schools? I would honestly like to see the first meeting canceled if there is one, just in lieu of some of this time off, and our students really need their time in their classrooms. Thank you.
Would you like me to respond?
Yes, Superintendent Warren.
Thank you. And so in your policy, if we look up Appendix G for your student advisory, there is a second meeting. This school has not been chosen yet because we usually ask if any other schools would be willing to host the second one. And the second one, the date is, I'm going to turn it to my Director of Curriculum Instruction, please, and thank you, because I don't have the memo.
Michael Graham, Director of Curriculum Instruction. The second date that was set in the board motion was April 14th.
Is there any other discussion, or would we like to move forward? Trustee Briggs.
Trustee Briggs, Ward 2. I appreciate the dates that are being presented. With all due respect to our students and to staff, I would like those pushed back into January, since there's been a huge learning loss of 3 weeks with our students. So that's my recommendation to the board.
Thank you. So conversation to move not to December, but to January instead. Is that, Superintendent Warren, is that a possibility?
Thank you. Could I just ask for the discussion? Because I think you need consensus just to the board of what your preference is. But if the motion is on the floor, if we could defeat the motion first. It's not on the floor?
Not on the floor
Okay.
yet.
So just if somebody could read it clearly as to what you're proposing, but the second date is in April. And if you wanted, because there could be multiple suggestions, you have next month, right? So the reason why this is coming before you is because we were looking at dates that were coming up quickly. We didn't know when our schools would be returning. As this board can appreciate, the last minute notice of it returning, we pushed the date back because we know this is in your policy and it's important to you. So if you still feel that it's still too soon, we could go back to our administrators, but we could not until today because we were not allowed to contact them. So to ask them, so this was our recommendation to try to follow your policy. So if these dates do not work for you and you would like some time, that is an option, and we can now take it back to our administrators to ask that.
Thank you, Superintendent Warren. Let's open that up for conversation. Does anyone else have any suggestions or questions for clarification? Are we prepared to have Trustee Buga move forward with a motion? Oh, I thought you wanted to have it not.
was asking questions just for clarification.
Sure. Okay. Trustee O'Shea.
I think Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4, I think it would be respectful when Superintendent Warren meets with school administration in the upcoming weeks for her to have a discussion with administrators about how they feel, and then report back to us and see what they're feeling about missed time and feel like, how much are we trying to catch up in terms of some extracurricular? What does it look like for students out of class? I think that's a picture that we're not really very familiar with at this point in time because this is new to us. So I think it would be respectful to go to school administrators and get some feedback from them. And even though that it's in our policy, I think we also want to be very sensitive and mindful of what is happening in our schools right now. And I think it would be on the advice of our school, some feedback from our school administrators would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have one more thing, Chair. Sorry, Dad.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Superintendent Warren.
And sorry, because this was already a motion that was passed, the dates were set last year. The only thing that would have to be, if you did change the motion, is to cancel the November 4th meeting, because that was a board motion. We cannot cancel that meeting. That has to be the board's role. So just with that motion, if you wanted just to cancel the first one. The other thing I want to remind the board of, we have no clear direction from Alberta Education right now as to what is going to happen with the January diploma exams. So as of right now, they stand. So I would say to the board, just when we're thinking about dates, when we do, if the board directs us to go back and look at other dates, that could be challenging if the diploma exams continue to run as normal in January.
Thank you, Superintendent Warren. Opening for discussion. Are we prepared to cancel the November meeting and, as Trustee O'Shea suggested, go back and have Superintendent Warren consult and see where schools are at to see if they are in favor of rescheduling something between now and the regularly scheduled April meeting? Trustee O'Shea.
I have one more question for clarification. When students are coming from all of the schools, are they also coming with a teacher as a chaperone? Because that would be a further consideration of teachers out of classes.
Correct. We've done it multiple ways. The one in the spring is online, correct? That one's online. So yes, but it's two kids, 7 to 12. We take 2 students from every school. And of course, Redwater is 4 students that they come. And they get on a bus. We start at one school and come and bring them all here. So if they're at their school online, there's somebody supporting them, but coming to the location, they come on a bus. We pick them all up at different schools and bring them.
No supervisor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing discussion if needed. Trustee Buga, do you want to go back to your consideration of a motion to cancel the November meeting, or are you prepared to leave it as such?
No, I can make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees cancel the first 2025-2026 Student Advisory Committee meeting, originally scheduled to take place in a host school on November 4th.
Discussion about the motion, or are we prepared to vote? Moving forward with the vote, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Superintendent Warren, moving forward with that motion, you will go forward with the consultation to, yes. Trustee O'Shea?
Yes, Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4, I would just like to, I don't know that it needs a motion or not, maybe I can get parliamentary advice, but I would like to ask administration to consult with school administrators and bring information back to the board
Yes.
at our next meeting about future meetings of this group.
Okay. Let's make that into a motion.
Sure.
Okay.
So I would move
Okay.
that the superintendent and her team consult with school administrators about rescheduling the student advisory committee meeting and bring back feedback to the board to make future decisions around the meeting.
Thank you, Trustee O'Shea. Any discussion around Trustee O'Shea's motion, or are we ready to move forward to vote? Let's move to the vote. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving to item 7.2, which is the Council of School Councils meetings. Superintendent Warren, are you prepared to speak to that?
Yes, so this, the Council of School Councils, this motion was approved last year. The dates are set for this year already. So this is about location and light refreshments and snacks. So it's just more specifics on location. And so back in, you can see in the memo that at the May 28th public board meeting, that Board of Trustees approved that there would be 2 Council of School Council meetings that take place, and your policy does state that you hold at least 1 per year. So again, your policy does state that you hold at least 1 meeting. So therefore, if you feel with the timing of labor action, et cetera, I'm not giving a recommendation. I'm just letting you as a new board know that maybe you only have 1. I don't know. So again, it was very difficult to consult because we could not consult. So last May, it was approved to have 2 Council of School Council meetings. So the chair and vice chair of our school councils, they come to meet with the board. And that is a way for you to gain feedback from our school councils. So that they are, we have in person on Wednesday, November 26, 2025, and Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. Those were already approved. So this motion is the location about holding it at the Morinville Rendezvous Center, and that there would be a meal with it. So that is the motion. Again, those dates were set. So if for some reason this board chose to follow policy to only go with 1 Council of School Council meeting, you would actually need to cancel the first one by motion.
Opening for discussion. Trustee Briggs.
Cindy Briggs, Ward 2. I think it's important for all our trustees to be in attendance as we represent all of our schools in our division. We did change our public board meeting for November from the 26th to the 25th. Is it possible that all trustees will be in attendance due to the change?
Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4, I will be in attendance for that. Further to that comment, I think it's probably an important meeting to have, unlike the other one. I think our school councils, due to the labor disruption, are probably looking for some connection as well. And we are a brand new board, or not a brand new board, but we are a new board that was sworn in. And that is an opportunity for us to get in front of all our school councils from all of our communities, even though hopefully by then we will have been at our own individual schools. But I would support this motion as it's written.
Thank you, Trustee O'Shea. Any other comments? Trustee Puga.
Just before the motion is put on the table, just for clarification for the public and the new board, can I have administration just explain where the budget for meals come from for events with Council of School Councils?
Because that is in policy and it is in Education Act about your actually counseling with all school councils, that it is out of system admin because it is a board expense.
Are there any other questions for clarification, comments, concerns? Yes, do you want to make a motion?
I can make the motion.
Thank you.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the Council of School Councils meeting on Wednesday, November 26, 2025, take place at the Morinville Rendezvous Center with a meal to be served at 5:30 p.m. And the meeting on Wednesday, March 4th, 2026, take place at a Sturgeon Public School to be determined with light refreshments, snacks to be served at 6:30 p.m.
Calling the vote. Those in favor, please raise your hand. Carried unanimously. All right, and keeping in mind Trustee Bugas' attention to the budget, I think, if we could direct administration to be fiscally as economical as possible with the provision of the meal and snacks, that would be much appreciated. Thank you, Trustee Buga. All right, administrative reports. 8.1 is Communications Monthly Report and the 25-26 Annual Plan Presentation. Superintendent Lauren.
Thank you, Board Chair Shauna Warren, Superintendent. I will turn this over to our Associate Superintendent of Human Resources to introduce the Communications Monthly Report and Annual Plan.
Good morning. I'd like to introduce Lauren Walter. She is the Marketing and Communications Manager. She and McKenna Jones are our hardworking communications team. The team work closely with the schools and also with central office to ensure that we have a positive media presence and share the great things that are happening here in the division. Monthly, you will be provided with a communications report in the board package showing the valuable work that has been done over the month. Today, Lauren is here, though, to share the month's monthly report and as well the department's upcoming goals for the new school year. So thank you for joining us, Lauren, and I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lauren. It's nice to meet you all. For those that are new to the trustee position and for those that are returning, it's great to see you. I look forward to working with you. We share a passion for public education and particularly public education in Sturgeon. So I look forward to working with and learning from all of you. I do have my monthly report here. I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I do want to spend the majority of my time on the communication plan. It is here for your reference, but I'm just going to go through it quickly just to give you kind of a high-level overview. So over the last month, one thing we've done is launched our partnership with Unplugged Canada. So we've been working closely with the folks of Unplugged Canada as well as our other division staff just to ensure that we are communicating the importance of being unplugged and protecting children, I guess, generally from the harms of social media. So we launched that and more to come with that. We also began our website improvement project, which I will get into the details later. We have been supporting the trustee election, which of course now has come to a close. And so just ensuring that all advertising in the required outlets for advanced election and the election itself was put out, as well as updates on our website so the stakeholders were able to figure out where and when to vote and all the important details. In addition to that, we have been updating the public as well as our own stakeholders on the labor action and the bargaining process. So very similarly, anytime we get an update from TIBA, we've just been ensuring that we communicate that information out to our families, get it on the website, and make sure anyone that is interested is able to find the newest developments. And then it was Truth and Reconciliation Week last month. And so we ensured that all of our schools received their orange version of their logos to put up on their social media. And then also made sure to support our schools in the documentation of how they participated in Truth and Reconciliation Week. And then making sure that that work was also shared on our own platforms. And then last but not least, we have the October edition of the Sturgeon Public Scoop, which is our monthly division newsletter that we put out that has important information, updates, and then we also like to include some feel-good, happy stories in there of the great things that our students and our staff are doing. And then on the last page is just the different instances where we were in the newspaper for your review if you would like to check them out. And then our upcoming important events like Digital Citizen Day, our Remembrance Day ceremonies, and then fall break. And that is that.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions or comments? Trustee Bucca.
You guys will learn quickly. I kind of comment on everything. I always have something to say. On this one, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to draw attention to the Sturgeon Scoop, and I have signed up for it with my personal email address so that I'm getting it at the same time as all of our stakeholders would. But it's a really great way to know what's happening across the division, not just in your local schools. So that's my advice to trustees. If you want to really get up to speed, the Sturgeon Scoop is great.
Thank you so much. I have a question about the Sturgeon Scoop. I did try to sign up with my personal email and I didn't receive it. Is that?
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. I'll
Yes.
have to look into that then.
Yes.
And it was
yes.
with, you said, your personal email, not a Sturgeon one?
No, it was my personal
Interesting.
email. And was there anyone else? Trustee Gibbons, you also? Yes.
Okay.
So
I'll look
maybe you
into
could
it on
check
the back
That
end
would
and
be
see.
awesome.
Of course.
I look forward to it.
Wonderful.
And
Okay.
thank you so much for the report.
Sorry, that was her monthly report. So she does have her annual report as well.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so I will move into the annual communications report that gives an overview of our goals for the year. So obviously this report is for you to take a look at the work we're doing, but it's also really for us. It's a way for us to be accountable to our goals, to check in to see if we're meeting our outcomes. So I will let you know what those outcomes are. And there are 5 of them. So the overarching theme for this year is celebrating the diverse learning opportunities that Sturgeon Public Schools provides. It's been a huge effort over the last few years from our division as a whole to create diverse learning opportunities, career pathways, incorporating outdoor learning, so much good that's been going on. And with all that work, we as a communications department want to make sure that our own stakeholders know and the public at large knows. So we're going to do that through some authentic storytelling. And we're also going to make sure that we continue to be transparent about the work that we're doing and continue to inform the public about the ways we're engaging the community so that we can strengthen trust with our school communities and our stakeholders. That's kind of the overarching plan as a whole. And I'm just going to go through them one by one. So the first one is to highlight diverse learning pathways. One thing that we're really proud of is that in my time working in this role, I've connected with a lot of communications managers for other divisions in the province. And one thing I've noticed that's different about us is typically communications managers will contract outside people to create things. So whether it's a photographer, whether it's a advertising agency, that they will pay an external party and then they will kind of take it and do with it what they will. We pride ourselves on making things ourselves. We're the videographers, we're the photographers, we're the graphic designers, so that the budget we do have goes to making sure the billboard's up even longer or the ad reaches even more people. So that's something we're really proud of. This year, we are going to create the Discover Your Path monthly series. So there's a list here of different ideas that we have that we are going to cover, but things like flight school, dual credit, building futures. In a month, we are going to film. We're going to go out to the program and actually get footage of students in action, interview students, interview some staff, take that, make some short form content that people will hopefully engage with, because that's always the challenge, is not just putting the information out there, but making sure people actually want to watch it and are entertained by it. Yeah, so we're hoping to do one of those every month. Things come up, but our goal is to do 8 of them by the end of the school year. And then we are hoping to achieve a minimum of 1,000 views across our social media platforms on each of those videos. And it's also important we have a call to action. So we don't just want people to know what we're doing, we want people to want to learn more. So one of the measures we have is to track website visits to a certain page that month. So let's say in November, we are doing a showcase on building futures. We're going to track the website to see, did we receive an increase in website visits for people looking into building futures? Yeah, just to track our call to action rather, and make sure that it's effective. So that's my first one. And then number 2 would be website improvement. So over the years that I've been here, this is my 4th year with the division, and we've been with the same provider. We've had a 5-year contract with Rally that is up in the springtime. And as the years have gone on, anytime we got feedback from another CO person, staff in our schools, stakeholders, about something they don't like about the website, something they wish the website could do. We've kept track of that over the years. So now our job is to take those things to Rally and ask them if it's possible to make some of those changes that our communities have asked for and our communities and our staff have asked for. So it might be that we end up renewing with them. It might be that we look elsewhere, but our goal is to just make sure that it serves our staff and provides information to our stakeholders effectively. So what that is going to look like is, in addition to the feedback we've received thus far, we want to make a concerted effort to actually do a stakeholder survey by the end of November to make sure that we haven't missed anything, because we do staff feedback on a very regular basis. We're always in contact with our school staff. And so we just want to make sure we're diligent about asking the public as well, what do you like about the websites? Are they reliable? Are there things you can't find that you wish you could? We're also going to create a committee of a handful of people from a variety of different roles. So office staff, support staff, administrators, and people from our central office team that use the website in kind of different ways, because our website serves a lot of different purposes. We're going to meet monthly leading up to that potential contract renewal to make sure that we're tracking. These are the things we wanted. Are they being done? And then also just to get together to kind of brainstorm the most effective way to evolve the website if possible. So yeah, and our goal is to have all of those changes implemented and up and running by August 2026, so that next school year we can make sure everybody's trained and knows how to use whatever it is they've added to make our website more user-friendly and effective. Our third one is to promote the Unplugged movement, which is an interesting one, particularly for my department, because the message of Unplugged is to get off phones and off social media. And in my department, we do a lot on social media. So the contention there is that we are never marketing to our students. Our content is not for the kids. Our content is for current and prospective families. So we're marketing to adults. The other thing is research continues to show that in 2025, parents with school-age children overwhelmingly, in Alberta specifically, still use social media as their primary source of information and entertainment. So in a time where we have a provincial government that is continuing to push for choice in education, and we have to be competitive. Alberta has the most homeschooled students in Canada. We have more charter schools and private schools than ever. And so in that environment, while we do want to push Unplugged, we need some people to be plugged in so that they know the good things that are going on in Sturgeon Public Schools. So that's kind of the key difference there, is that we're not marketing to students. We're marketing to parents and prospective parents. So with that, collaborating with Unplugged, we are going to do a campaign with regular posts and content in our newsletters and our website throughout the year that just informs parents of the things like the 4 harms of social media, the benefits of delaying social media and smartphone access for children. Never to shame, never to pressure, but just to put the information out there for our families. And our goal is to achieve a minimum of 300 parents that have signed up for the Unplugged Canada Pledge, which I should have mentioned. We are also tracking that. So from the onset, we've been tracking numbers in our schools when we can't actually see who has signed up, but Unplugged's platform on the back end allows you to see the school that parent's children are in. So we can see in a given school how many families have signed the pledge. So we're hoping for 300 division-wide by the end of June. And then goal number 4 is consistency in division-wide communication. So for the first time, which we already did complete, and from the feedback I've received so far, it was received pretty well, an annual communications PD. So my focus is the division, but our focus is also to empower schools to communicate effectively to stakeholders. This purpose of that PD day was to give them a refresh on using Rally, give them a refresh on using social media, let them know about media contacts in the area if they ever want to invite people out, all kinds of stuff. In addition to that, one of the asks we've had over the years is for very clear expectations of what communication needs to come out from our schools. So what we've also done is created a series of monthly communications checklists. They are minimal enough to respect the workload that our staff have, while also meeting the requirements that we need to put out there. So it'll have things like 1 month, it'll say on the checklist, make sure you've uploaded your education plan to the website. Make sure you've uploaded your counseling and wellness plan. Items that we can make sure are being done so that at the very least, we've got accurate, up-to-date information. So those checklists are provided on a monthly basis. And then another thing we do to kind of minimize the workload is we create templates. So if we know that our schools, for example, are all doing parent-teacher interviews, we would make a post that people can then take. We've trained them in Canva. They can take that post, change it to their school colors, swap out the time, and post it. So that way they don't have to go through the work of designing the post and making it look nice and all the things. So we're always working to make sure that we're supporting our schools and minimizing the amount of work that they have to do that's taking them away from dealing with the public directly. So measures wise, we will, number one was to conduct that division-wide PD by October 1st, which we did do. And then we are going to continue to provide monthly communications checklists. And for our division newsletter, the industry standard for both public and private for newsletter readership is about 38%. So we want to be a little above that. We are aiming for 40. And then last but not least would be engaging our school community. So we have so much exciting stuff in the works. We have, as you may know, 2 prospective new schools in Gibbons and 3, I guess technically, maybe 2, 3, in Gibbons and Morinville. With that means engagement. So we want to make sure that we are prepared for that community engagement to get the most effective feedback from stakeholders on what they would like those schools to look like, what they would like the spaces to do. So just making sure we dedicate a good amount of time to getting good feedback and preparing to get good feedback. We also are partnering with Edmonton Airports to do an official launch of our flight school. We'll have an event, we'll invite media out, and hopefully it'll be a great big blitz and lots of people will hear the great news that we are the first school division in pretty much all of central and northern Alberta to have a flight school. So very exciting. And then obviously just highlighting community partnerships in general. So anytime that we are working alongside our community, whether it's an organization or an individual or whatever, we want to make sure that we're showing the ways that we're inviting the community in and being engaged in that way. So measures on that one, completing our community engagement, getting lots of great feedback that's documented and summarized, and going through with that launch of the flight school, having some great media attendance and getting some news coverage for that program. And that is our plan for the year. So I welcome any questions should you have them.
Thank you, Lauren. That was a riveting presentation. I have a question for you, and I invite trustees also to think of theirs. You mentioned that you were having families sign up for this unplugged commitment, and you were looking for 300 by the end of June. How many families would we have in the district that, you know, what's 300 compared to maybe what? Yeah.
That is a great question. It's a little bit hard to define because families look different depending on the household, right? So sometimes parents are together, sometimes they're not, so on. But like for example, when we send out like a school messenger announcement, there's lots and lots of people that goes to. It's around like 15,000. Okay. So 300 is not a super lofty number, but we think that it is a realistic goal for something that is new for this year. And hopefully we do surpass it.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Superintendent Warren.
Thank you, Chair. Shauna Warren, Superintendent. I just would like to clarify, we have a new board, and Unplugged sounds new. So I just want to distinguish between the two. So Unplugged is a grassroots movement from parents. So this was never intended for any work that our school administrators or teachers have to do. It was to empower our parents. Parents have a very important role in the Education Act, and they are our true partners. And because we are now aware, again, data drives our work. And so because the 4 harms of social media and the data is out there and it is obvious and it is quite strong and damaging data that we, when Unplugged came to us and we learned about it, it's actually coming through them. So when we say partnership, they are connecting with their school councils. It's coming from our parents. So our parents are bringing it to their school councils and they're encouraging parents. It's the delay of giving kids a smartphone. It's not about, again, we are very much about purposeful technology because that's our job. We also have to prepare our kids. It is not that, but we know that there are algorithms built into the social media platforms that have done right now irreparable harm. So the Unplugged movement is part of that. So us signing on to Unplugged means that we are supporting that grassroots movement so that they can bring that information to our families. And that will help us truly build a team aspect as to how we do what's best for students. So what happens is if the parents do sign up, let's say you're a parent of a grade 2 student who comes home and says, I just want a cell phone. And now as a parent, you could say, well, here's your flip phone so you can call or text me because there's no social media. But if they say, well, all my friends have whatever platforms and I want all these on my phone, and the parent is trying to hold strong to say no, then they can look on the Unplugged site, so for their school, because we've signed up, and they can say, I'm looking at Trustee O'Shea, so because it came from your parents at that school, so this is where it came from, that then that parent can go, I see at Sturgeon Heights in your class, there's 12 other students that don't have a phone. Go play with them at recess. So it's more to empower our parents. So I'm just letting you know that Unplugged piece is our parents. So you are going to be hearing from school council people. You're going to be hearing, and like I said, it did start at Sturgeon Heights. I love this because it came from our parents. And as we know, when they're grassroots, that's when things can make a difference. So on the flip side of that, when we talk about the communication piece, it's because we want people to know. Unplugged itself is really growing because they now have really big groups. So for example, it is the Association of Child Psychology. They're now on it. Zebra Association, they are on it. Like there are big organizations that are now taking this data and joining the Unplugged movement, but it is truly a grassroots parent movement. So that's why I just want to separate the two. Unplugged, we are an Unplugged school division, and it's because we wanted to allow our parents to empower other parents to realize that we actually, if we're going to do what's best for our kids, we have to do it as a team. So I just want to distinguish the two because it's not that we are, as a division, creating anything for Unplugged. This is, we are joining in with Unplugged and they are bringing that to us, and it's going to continue to grow because it was very small, and it's quite shocking how these big organizations now are joining in.
Thank you, Superintendent Warren. Any other comments, questions? Trustee Buga.
Stacy Buga, Ward 5. Thank you, Lauren. I always appreciate these check-ins and updates. I'd like to just share a word of caution as far as the website improvement. I mean, I'm all about continuous improvement, but that summertime, I know that it's a lot easier to do shifts during the summer for staff, but when schools are closed and the website, in case it doesn't go as smoothly of a rollout as tech often does, sometimes that causes panic in parents when schools aren't open and the website is glitching or new, or all of a sudden what they were looking for, it's in a different place and they can't find it, and who are they calling? So just a word of caution on timing on that rollout of the new website is that I know that it is convenient to do that when school's not in, but then parents don't have a contact person if the schools are closed. So just to keep that in mind on who's going to field the phone calls, because there probably will be some, maybe from trustees who are used to using the website.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's all. Thank you.
To clarify, so we're already have this underway. So we've reached out to different people across the division to see if they're interested in being part of the website committee. We will have the bulk of this done long before the school year ends, pardon me. The reason I put August is more so that my department can learn it well enough to teach it when people come back. So we will make sure that there's no gap where information is not available, for sure.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Trustee Buga, for your words of advice there. Trustee O'Shea.
Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4. I'm just wondering if we could get sent to us a link or some information where we can go and learn more about Unplugged and plug into all of that. I'm not sure where I would even start to look. So if you can just forward, something to us where we can.
Yes, we will make sure we'll get you the link to the website too. And also as a board, you will be hearing from them. Don't you worry.
Yes.
We also want them to come to council, school councils. That's why we're excited for our schools to be back in, because we have some very keen parents that they've been already connecting to other school councils. But again, we've kind of been on a pause. So I look forward to it starting up again, and we will absolutely. And
Thank you.
I know our division, when we had our presentation to our staff, we had a psychologist come from the Institute of Child Psychology. And she spoke about the harms of social media and basically just talks about the data that came out in the book and what they're seeing, even as psychologists. And our feedback from our staff, it's one of the best presentations they've ever had. I will say it was comical because anybody who is a parent in the gym came running up to psychologists after, and they're all ready to make sure their children never have a cell phone or not cell phone, social media. So it was very interesting. But again, when we know more, we need to know. We need to know what's happening. We have to protect kids, but we will gladly share that information. And we will make sure that you also understand all of it.
Thank you. Chair, there's a couple of more things I wanted to comment on. One, I wanted to thank you very much for including when we are in the media. I like that section. I don't know what happens in Redwater and other places. So for me to be able to go and see, there is still just a really slender portion of our population that looks at print media. not a huge portion, but a little bit people do. So I think it's good to, as we continue to promote public education, get in that print media as much as we certainly can. I have a question around, and I think it fits under communication. We've talked about the Sturgeon Scoop, and I've also heard some talk around trustee talk. And my question is there something that we all as individuals take to our school councils, like a script that like a summary report or something that we take, that Brian's taken to his and Crystal, trustee Reed, is taking to his?
Superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you. And that is a wonderful question. Yes, after every board meeting. So first of all, the trustee talk is a high level highlights of the board meeting, but then also for the board. And again, I will start that process. And if it is not useful to you in your role, then you can let me know and I can adapt. So after each board meeting also, I also provide trustees with just some speaking notes, some high level things to report back to that you'd like could take to stakeholders or your school council meetings. That is a report from the board of general ideas. So I have some standing items on there. So it's our AP on focused and effective communication. There's some sections in the Education Act as our board learns new things, but I always give some things and some things in writing. So for example, if I'll give an example, when our calendars get approved in principle, and then we take them out to our stakeholders. So I would give you a summary as trustees. So when you go to the school council, so that you could then encourage your school councils to also pass that on to the families to remember that the feedback on the calendar, because the board approves it, is important. So yes, I will provide those to you.
Continuing?
I would just say thank you for that. Some of us are new as trustees and going to our council meetings and having nothing in front of us. It would be very, very helpful to have those key highlights, especially the information that the board is looking for some feedback on. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee O'Shea. Trustee Buga, and then anyone else?
Sorry, I just want to respond, if that's okay, Chair, to Trustee O'Shea's comments and requests for information to take forward. The speaking notes that the superintendent provides is very much based off what we want to share with our schools. And so I know sometimes when I know that something is going to come up and I'm going to be asked for details, I will ask that the superintendent include that in the speaking notes so that we have the numbers. And I don't want to go off the top of my head and misspeak what happened in a board meeting. So then at least it comes from the minutes, it comes from the actual information and shareable information, so it is very much directed by the board, what the superintendent puts in those speaking notes based on what our communities are going to need. So don't feel like I don't like being told what to say and what to do. And so it is very much not the superintendent telling us what we're saying at our meetings. It's what we need, that backup, like what the support is. So just to keep that in mind, that if you want something to be in there and details, we should tell the board chair to make sure that that gets in there. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Trustee Buga. That's always a very clarifying example of what we're looking for. Thank you so much. Trustee Briggs?
Cindy Briggs, Ward 2. To echo what you have just spoke about, Trustee Buga, I wouldn't say it's exactly scripted for transparency purposes. It's more a unified voice from the board that every school in the division is getting the same information. So we can all have a unified voice out there and making sure that no community is getting forgotten.
Thank you, Trustee Briggs. I'm feeling that you can go ahead with those for the next little while, Superintendent Warren, until we tell you that they're not helpful. Trustee Reed.
Brian Reed, Ward 6. I just want to thank you for your presentation and have a little question around the engagement with school communities, especially around the partnering with our airports with the launch of our new flight school. How does that look, programming that? Is that program underway now, and is that launching, and where does that look for community stakeholders in other businesses to be able to observe that? Because I think this is a great model, and it would be great to have other stakeholders in other industries there to experience that model for future.
Superintendent Warren.
Sure, I will just speak to this because this is, in speaking that, it's more what our communications is highlighting. So your community engagement. So flight school, we've already been running our flight school. We started it, but this was the announcement, again, the partnership with the airport that now we actually will have a space there because before we were taking kids out. So we'd already started our flight school, but the official launch is actually, we got approval when we applied for the collegiate. Okay, so that is what that is about. As for community engagement, that is very clearly outlined in the Education Act when you're doing capital planning. So that is when we talk about it from a communications lens from the division and engaging our stakeholders, that means that communications has a role in that when that's being set up. So that isn't just that that's there. So as a board, then we bring to you, we need to follow the Education Act. And again, the challenging part right now is, because we're also learning it, is that with the new school accelerator program, the building of a school, the process is very tight and scripted. And even for us, we in Alberta, we are really struggling right now because it's like, what are we asking of our stakeholders? Because this is brand new to us and it's a really tight timeline. But that is the board. And so when you hear communications come in to speak about something, it's the supportive role that that department is supporting in. So when we have a community engagement, our communications team will be there because it's in supporting is how it runs out. So it's not that it's run by that. It's that. So just to clarify, because community engagement, especially when it has to do with capital projects, et cetera, that is the boards, and we bring that back. So this is things that have been approved, and now it's how communications, just to let you know that these things are coming and they're supporting those things coming that are the boards.
Thank you, Superintendent Warren. Anything further, Trustee Reed?
I just have one more, and thank you, Mrs. Trustee Reed, for talking flight school. When we're talking about launch and we're talking about a fairly big event, I'm curious moving forward, and I don't need an answer on this now. I'm curious to see what the relationship between senior admin and board is in terms of attending events like that and how that looks.
Thank you, Superintendent Warren.
No, it's a great question. So with the launch, because we actually ended up pushing it back because it was supposed to be earlier. It comes from all sides. And as I said, when we are talking politics and politicians, and you will all be invited to that, but again, we didn't have dates set down and we had to move it already. Of course, you'd be invited. And again, we've talked about that before. I am the superintendent of administration. So when we deal with administration, we deal with administration. But this type of exciting thing, you would all be invited. And I really hope you can all come because it's a huge celebration.
Thank you, Superintendent Warren. And further to that, it would be extremely helpful, I think, for trustees to have a list of things that were, expected for us to attend, invited for us to attend, so we can sort of help to prioritize and be present for you and for the district. So that would be very helpful.
Yes, would you like me to stand? And yes, and you would have had all these calendar invites already, but again, our schools were not open. And so your trustee calendar is there and it's going to get filled up very quickly. And now even getting invites, I mean, we talk about even Remembrance Day ceremonies. You haven't had any because our schools have not been open. So, and they are coming up fast.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other questions, comments, anything for Lauren? Thank you for the report again. For Lisa, anything? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Superintendent Warren, I'm assuming you are going to speak to that.
Thank you, Chair. Shauna Warren, Superintendent. I will be turning this over to the Associate Superintendent of Corporate Services, and I will let him introduce Leo to you, and I will turn it over to them.
Sean Nicholson, Associate Superintendent Corporate Services. Thank you, Superintendent Warren. I'm going to be giving this report, but Leo here, our Director of Finance, helped prepare the report. I just wanted to get him an introduction to the room because he's only been here 2 months in the process, just to get him a feel for it. I'll just speak a little bit to, because I have two other reports coming up. Just because the board's new, the team's going to be here to talk about operations if questions come up, but I'll give those reports just because I would like to go through them slowly and concisely, and a lot of them kind of tied together. So I just want to bridge those ties together. And if you have any questions, just stop me, ask, feel free. So I will give a summary. Oh,
Could we just have the reintroduction of the gentleman next
Yeah.
to you? I didn't catch that, sorry.
do you want to introduce?
Hi, I'm Leo Liu, Director of Finance and new to this division. So I really glad to meet all our board members here today. Thank you.
Okay, so attached is our enrollment report. So our enrollment is based off the September 29th count date, is the last count date, is the last operational day in September. So this year it was September 29th. As you can see through the report, there are two attachments. There's one attachment comparing us from this year to last year, and one attachment comparing our results to our projected results, which we give to the government at the beginning of January. So as we go through this report, I've highlighted some key themes and I'll talk about them. So our enrollment, actually before I get into that, I just want to highlight this year there was a bit of a problem with the government systems and our information crossing over from the systems to our funding events system. That issue, I just checked right now, has been resolved, but it's been outstanding for the last month, which has provided some complexities. The numbers reported here don't include homeschool and just if there's priority school conflicts. A priority school conflict is if we've claimed a kid and another division's claimed a student. That creates a priority school conflict. We have to go in and resolve that and determine the funding. If there's any other issues, this report may not include those because we have till December 1st to fix them. So I just want to highlight all that. Okay, so as we go through the report here, our current enrollment is 4,991, and last year it was 5,182. There's a decrease of 191 students, 3.69%. We are seeing that decrease mainly in a few areas, but our ECS and grade 1 areas have dropped significantly. You can see ECS is to 72. And then based on community or school, you can see Four Winds, Morinville, and Camilla all decreased. The report here, and the comp has increased as well too on there. In analyzing the data, the division uses, it's called Berger, to help with our projections. It looks at census data and things like that. Analyzing that data, it shows that birth rates are declining, and we're kind of seeing that progress through here. A good example of that is in grade 5. You will see that there was a 32 student drop. That's mainly because last year in grade 5 we had 420 students, and this year we have 388 as those students kind of shift over. On top of that, we are seeing our migration rates. So people are generally moving kind of out of the division because we are seeing our migration rates come down. Do we have any questions on the first table? So that is a reduction in students of about 191 students, which means a reduction in funding, which will come through on our quarterly budget reports and updates, but that's kind of the main thing to highlight there. Are there any questions on that?
Trustee Briggs.
So a difference of 3.69%. Can you give me a roundabout figure on how much of a decrease of funding that would be for our new trustees?
Yeah. So I'll give you an estimate, but
Yes, for sure.
it will not be
Yes.
exact
No.
because when we go into funding, funding formulas are very complicated, and some of it we as a division can't even determine because it's based on other divisions. So I'm going to tell you it's going to be north of $500,000 decrease. Some schools were cognizant of this, and although they had budgeted for some positions, they didn't quite hire into them. So during this time, it's a big time for us to reassess our priorities based on enrollment, make shifts find where our holes are and see what we can pull from where to plug those holes. But some of these, our schools were aware of this coming in just based on their registration. So they staffed accordingly and gave themselves some contingency.
Thank you. And I wasn't looking for an exact number. I was just looking for a high level number. I knew you wouldn't have that information at hand, so I appreciate that.
Okay. Similar themes in the comparing to what we forecasted. You can see the percentage is a little bit less because we did forecast just a slight decrease. And that's kind of what more so what we'll use for our determining our funding, because they fund us based on our projections. So that 3.5 is more so of the reduction we will see. We do not know, I'm just going to explain a little context there in terms of funding. Government funds us based on our projections, and the whole idea behind that was that it would provide stable, predictable funding. When we get our jurisdiction profile for the following year, so in, let's say, February or March, depending on when the government timelines and when they give that out, they've given us a document that says, here's your adjustment for last year. They don't technically take that money away until the next year. However, when the government tried to do that, because what they wanted to do is basically say, in year, they didn't want to have to give school divisions money or take money back or do that whole thing. So they want to say, here's your money, it's based on your projections, here's what you got. The accountants of the world stepped in and said, you can't do that because you know that their students aren't there and then you're going to be taking away that money. So although on a cash flow basis, we don't see that money leave until the following year, we have to account for it this year and record it. So we have to still shift and adjust. It's not stable, predictable funding for us. We're still making those adjustments. I just wanted to explain that. Okay. Are there any questions on the second report? Yeah, you can go back.
Any questions overall?
Yep. Any questions overall?
Okay, I do have a question.
Yeah.
We're talking about funding, and this might be a related but not completely connected question. With our September enrollment, we get a specific amount of funding according to the funding manual. We also had a complex classroom report or classroom complexity report that was completed. Is that used also to determine funding for the division in terms of students with special needs? Is that related to our funding profile?
Yeah, so classroom complexity is on our funding profile. It's not a whole lot of money. It's in the range of $200,000, but yes, that is directly related to supports for students with complex needs.
And would it be possible for that to be brought to the board just as, not today, but for information purposes, that we could learn more about that piece? I understand that was also a September 30th thing.
Thank you, Board Chair. So are you, sorry, just to clarify, just in the board's PD this afternoon, I was going to go over a little bit of how we're funded and that piece and the funding models and the jurisdiction profile so that you could see that amount. Just to clarify, is that what you're asking for, or?
Could I let you know after we've done the PD?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. We are moving and turning page to 8.3 before we turn the page. Sorry, microphone needs to go on. Superintendent Warren, are you prepared to report to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Shauna Warren, Superintendent. Every year that school councils, they do provide reports back to the board, and it is their year in review. So this is for last year. We ask all of our school councils are required to. They provide these reports to the board. And so they provide their year. So again, this is for last year, their year in review. This is as information. And there are all the schools that have provided their year in review. And so this is for trustee information. So again, we ask our school councils, this is required, and they are required to submit this to the board.
questions, comments? Trustee Buga.
Thank you, Chair. Just of note, the learning centers are officially not a school council. They are a school advisory committee just due to the makeup of the school. So I believe they attempt to submit their reports along with everybody else to follow suit. But as far as within the Education Act, they are not one of the required schools. So don't treat them too harshly if they don't get it in. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? I do have a question. When I was reading over the material, I found it difficult to process because it was in many different formats. I just really appreciated the communications report that we got. And I heard that she often does templates for things like parent-teacher interviews. Would it be possible to ask for her to do a template for reporting that would be just very succinct and something that would be a familiar format for each of the schools, so it would be easier to read for our trustees and less paper in the package, I'm hoping.
Yeah, we do provide school councils, so these reports are the responsibility of the school councils to submit to us. We actually do provide them with the template. However, because our school councils are really busy, what they supply us with is what we bring forward to the board. But we do provide them with the template, just so you are aware. But so they are getting closer, but we always do provide them with the template.
Thank you. Maybe that's something we can assist with when we are attending the school council meetings, and we can encourage them to use the template for ease of readers. Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, we'll move to 8.4, Facility Services Update, IMR, CMR Update.
Thank you, Chair. I will turn this over to the Associate Superintendent of Corporate Services, who will then turn it over to our Director of Facilities.
Sean Dixon, Associate Superintendent of Corporate Services. So I'm going to let our Director of Facilities introduce himself, then I'll come back to give the report, and then we'll be available for questions.
Thank you. My name is Steve Holcomb. I'm the Director of Facilities at Sturgeon, and welcome to all of you, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you. Okay, so we have created this report to kind of outline some key things, but mainly focused around IMR and CMR, just to update to the board. So we talk a little bit about what is IMR and CMR, so infrastructure maintenance renewal, capital maintenance and renewal. The key distinguishment between the two is an accounting practice on what we are being directed to do with the funds. So whether we can expense them or we have to use them on things we can capitalize. There's a little list here from the funding manual that these things are generally spent on, but they're mostly to maintain our buildings and help support kind of renewal of aging infrastructure, creating supportive spaces that help service our students and kids, those kinds of things. It is always important. This is also kind of the funds we have for an emergent issue. So it's kind of important we maintain a balance just because you never know what could come up. We need to have a little bit of money just set aside just for emergencies that might come up. The second, at the top of the second page of this report, it's broken down to mainly how our funding, the two funding envelopes. So infrastructure maintenance renewal, capital maintenance and renewal, infrastructure maintenance renewal update. So kind of how we're planning to spend the funds and kind of our reporting, what we did report on them, and then our capital maintenance renewal, the same thing. At the bottom of the report, we then go into facility services, just some challenges and some successes we've had and things we're working on. So I'm going to go slow because this gets a little bit confusing. It's confusing for people in operations of O&M, but infrastructure maintenance and renewal spans the term September 1st to August 31st. Capital maintenance and renewal spans the term April 1st to March 31st to match the government's timelines. So there's a little bit of a time lag in between those two, and I just want to clarify that because it speaks to kind of what funding year we're in for the fundings we receive and those kinds of conversations. We have to do our reporting for IMR as of August 31st and for CMR as of March 31st to the government. we've provided a little bit of a historical table here about IMR CMR funding. In the past, it used to just be one funding envelope, and then they decided to break it out into the two. So I just wanted to highlight in this table that in 2021, 2022, our funding was 1.5 million. It decreased drastically, and then it went back up. I would say before the 21-2022 year, the year before, I think it was 1.7 million. So it has gradually gone down in a time when inflation has been on the rise and costs have just gone up. So that creates obviously some challenges for us in the department.
Steve Holken, Director of Facilities again. Yeah, it certainly brings some challenges in facilities. However, we're collecting data to make sure that the projects that we're bringing forward are useful and sustainable, to try and decrease the amount of preventative maintenance and breakdowns that we have is our main objective, to utilize these funds as best as we can.
So the next section here, which is infrastructure, maintenance, and renewal, talks a little bit about what we had coming into the year, the funding we received, our balance, as well as our plan going into next year. There's an attachment that shows, as of August 31st, what we're submitting to the government about what's spent. This whole report is in millions, just so they're not super long with the numbers, just as a reference there. So these are our planned projects. The way it works with the division is we obviously try to spend our dollars in certain areas. Like, we want to be cognizant that we are directing dollars towards various things, not just one area. I would say when myself and Stephen both started, we were heavily focused on certain items and other things weren't getting the attention they needed. So we've developed a plan that's kind of, we should be doing some flooring in the division. We should be doing some painting, electrical systems, mechanical systems, just to try and ensure that we're targeting all areas, as well as asphalt and concrete, because when we started, asphalt and concrete was a huge issue, and safety and things around that nature. We build this plan based on data and information we have, but we also request from the schools what their priorities are. We then collect all that data as of November 30th, and we kind of try and assess as a division what our division priorities should be and how these dollars should be spent. Obviously, health and safety comes to the top of that list as items that need to be addressed first. I'm going to pause there for a second and ask if we have any questions.
Any questions? Trustee Buga.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this report. It's hasn't been good for quite a while. I appreciate this, and I just wanted to bring to the board, if I may, just a reminder that when we're getting this information, these are critical advocacy points. This is something that we have been hammering home to our MLA for the last 4 years, for sure, that we have aging infrastructure. We can't keep having reduction, especially like IMR has consistently dropped, and they just keep kind of shuffling which pot it's coming from and making it feel like it's getting better, but it's really not. So just to keep that in mind when we're hearing this information, to keep that lens that yes, we're gathering information about how our division is run, but we're also gathering information on what we need to be asking for when we sit in our associations and when we have the ear of our MLAs. So just to keep that in mind, that we almost live in two worlds as trustees of governing the division and advocating for what we need. So if that's okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the comments and the suggestion to move forward. I also have a question. Thank you very much for the report, Steve and Sean. Looking through this, as a former school principal, my experience comes with the various schools and the location. So I know that it's helpful for you to indicate various schools. I think it would be extremely helpful for the board to see where the locations actually are that we're doing, say, roofing replacements. One of the things that was always very important to schools is when do we get the painting? In fact, some districts have lists for, where you are in the list to get your school painted. Is that possible that when the report is being put together that we could specify location of where these things are happening, please?
Okay, so thank you, Board Chair. So I would tell you right now in the planning phase, because that's where we are with IMR. Anyways, right now we haven't collected all of that from the schools and stuff, so we might not. We'll have some of it established, but not all of it, because we wait on the priorities from the schools and stuff like that. So we would have to bring a further report. It is easier for us to do on the expense side to identify the schools. As a comment, but we can do either or. Really, it would be an additional report. We did choose to maybe reduce the schools because the report was getting quite long in the attachments. Just an effort to kind of do that. And again, in an effort, we're trying to make sure we're focusing on the division as a whole, if that makes sense. But yeah, we can obviously take feedback.
Thank you. An update is fine, and we don't need a complete report. I think, if you're coming back with updates, if that's something we want to do in committee work, or you could provide that. I think it's just helpful to know, as Trustee Buga said, that we're advocating for these things for our schools, then we can let them know kind of that we're moving. Trustee Briggs?
Thank you for asking the question, Board Chair. I think that's really important to possibly include a location and a timeline, whether it's going to be done beginning of the year, springtime, end of the year. We're in our schools, we're in our communities, we're being asked questions, not looking for a large report, just looking for information. And possibly that could also come to us in information at the committee when we do have our committee meetings. Is there anything else in here with deferred maintenance? I think it would be beneficial to trustees to understand deferred maintenance.
Sorry. Thank you, Board Chair. I will also highlight we actually do bring this report again. We bring it, I can't remember exactly what month, but it's right after we do our reporting for the CMR, just to provide an update at where we're at with our planning, as well as just here's how we close the CMR year out. So we do have right now 2 points within the year to provide an update, just so we're aware. Yes, no, we can take that feedback and figure that out for sure. I will say we have received good feedback, and especially I'll make note in Bonaccord School coming back from the summer, the staff were very appreciative of what we were able to get done and things like that. So I think we are receiving good feedback. Are you okay if I continue? Yeah.
I also want to give some positive feedback because I have seen in the last few years a lot more equitable maintenance going on within our division. And I really appreciate that because we are governors of a division, not just of our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Biggs. Please continue.
I will highlight Sean Nicholson, Associate Superintendent Corporate Service. I will highlight, yeah, we're really trying to strive for that equitability. And I will just highlight equitability doesn't always mean the same thing. And I say that because, as we get capital projects approved and moving forward, that lessens our maintenance burden. And then we can redirect some of these funds maybe to the schools that we know we're not going to get a capital project approved. So I want to be cognizant that in this scope, if you're only looking at this report and this IMR and CMR, it might not seem that way because we're doing multiple things to try and achieve that equitability and reduce our aging infrastructure and things like that. So I will just continue on. CMR goes till March for 25-26, goes to March 31st. I just want to highlight, though, we can't really do a lot of the work in the winter, so most of it is actually pretty much done. So we've kind of highlighted the status completed on those items. Some of the projects we weren't able to fully get finished over the summer, so we had to break them into 2 phases. There's a dry system replacement at Guthrie School that is a health and safety concern that we have to work on. So I'll let Stephen just quickly speak to that.
Steve Holcomb, Director of Facilities. Yeah, so the Guthrie project was much too large to do in one summer. We didn't want to impede on the school in September and make sure we were out of the way. So when we were out for tender, we chose to break the tender up into 2 phases, and that's the way it's been priced. Right now, they're about, I would say that's probably 60% of the work is complete there right now, and it went very well and very quickly. And by the end of next summer, we'll have a brand new dry system up in the attic.
Thank you. As I move through this report, I'm going to just move into like challenges and successes. So obviously a challenge is the fact that our funding has been decreasing and costs have been going up. So again, like a common theme in education, we're being asked to do more with less. So that's just been a challenge. Funding, construction, and successes. Despite that, I would say with our approach and our kind of fiscal management and project management, we've been able to focus on getting a lot of work done and really tackling our deferred maintenance. So for those of you who don't know, deferred maintenance is kind of just, maybe I'll let you explain it. Go ahead. Yeah.
So deferred maintenance, it's deferred out and it's specified at certain times. Our goal is to lessen the amount of preventative and deferred maintenance within the system to alleviate the O&M team. These projects, some of the data is driven by that end of life for different devices, making sure, like, for instance, there's more than one boiler in a boiler room. In case one goes down, we can carry the load to still maintain some heat. And that is critical. And to bring down those VFA condition reports as well is crucial, which is happening.
So yeah, and then obviously on top of that, aging infrastructure. That's why we're trying to target on our preventive maintenance and getting those major systems replaced, which we actually have done most of. So we just don't have system loss during critical times. As part of aging infrastructure as well, our capital project approval and kind of utilization, that kind of stuff, getting those projects approved helps with our aging infrastructure, getting new systems. So we can refocus our IMR, CMR dollars to the correct place. So just in terms of successes, I'm sure many of you are aware, but our Morinville school was approved, as well as we got pre-planning dollars for our Gibbons school and location, which usually is a signal that the government supports that project. So we're on the right track and we're looking at kind of other options we can bring forward to help hopefully find some efficiencies so that we can use that to help support our other challenges in these areas. So I know that was a lot. You can tell me if it's too much, but I'm just trying to go slow just so we can get an understanding, obviously with the new board, about how everything's flowing and working.
Any questions? Trustee Reed.
Brian Reed, Ward 6. Through the chair, I'm just wondering, with our trade tariffs that have been happening in the last couple of years, did the school division do any pre-planning for that, knowing that we had preventative maintenance coming forward? Was, for example, if we had boiler replacements happening coming forward, was there pre-purchases of anything to try to save our 24% going south of the border at all?
Steve Holcomb, Director of Facility. That's a good question. It happened quite quickly, as we all know. So in a reaction mode, yes, we did purchase filters and whatnots that we normally would every year. And the boilers that we replaced this year certainly have. And they're already in stock on the shelf at the warehouse, from what I know. So I don't know that the tariffs apply in that case, but it's certainly driving up the cost of things and making these projects more difficult. And I think we're all getting caught up in that.
Any other questions?
Sure. I just like to add to that. Coming in, we didn't maintain it. Me and Stephen coming into the division didn't really maintain stock inventory at all. It was a bit of a barrier, and I would say an inefficiency. So we actually have started a bit of an inventory so that we can do those things. Obviously not. we don't have the funds to buy, $300,000 pieces of equipment, but we have started somewhat of an inventory just to help get ahead of that, as well as just make sure we're being efficient with our time and resources.
Thank you. Any other questions, comment? Trustee O'Shea?
Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4. I'm just wondering, I see we have surplus dollars, and I know the government has capped operational dollars when we have surplus. Is there a cap on O&M, CM&R funding if we save it for a rainy day?
No, there is no cap on that funding. Quite often, like bigger boards actually save their money for 3 years to do a project because there's a balance. Sometimes with economies of scale and having more money, you can purchase in bulk and get those things accomplished in a bit of a more efficient fashion. But to answer your question, no.
And there's no clawback?
No.
Thank you.
Great questions. Anything else coming forward from this report? Thank you so much. We will move on to 8.5, which is also your portfolio, is it, for Transportation Services Report? Superintendent Warren.
Thank you, Board Chair. I will be turning this over again to Sean Nicholson, who is our Associate Superintendent of Corporate Services, and then we will introduce our Manager of Transportation Services, our small and mighty. Again, we are small rural school divisions, so when I talk about a department, it's often a department of 1 or 2.
Good morning. I'm Amy Colasar, the Transportation Manager with Sturgeon School Division, and I am very excited to be here and meet you all. So welcome for the new trustees and welcome back to our returnings.
Thank you, Superintendent and Amy. So I'm just go through the report here again in a kind of similar fashion. So just a little background, we operate 71 school buses, roughly 300 students, 10,000 kilometers a day. So 1.8 million kilometers a year. We operate from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. This report is broken down into a few key sections just to provide some historical. I would probably say these reports were kind of scattered a bit, and we just wanted to provide it in one concise location so we could review all the information together. So I'll talk a little bit about transportation funding and revenue sources, ridership information, transportation fee collection, and then some kind of challenges, areas of improvement. And we do have some potential items we'd like to focus on to help create efficiencies, but transportation is always a big topic. It is very forward facing. So usually when we make shifts, we need to have obviously a lot of support and make sure we're in alignment with the board's direction on what they would like to see. So just in the first table here, I'm going to talk about the obviously the biggest form of our funding is from the government in our grant application, which is due every year. We roughly get $1.8 million from that. That was last year. That's what we estimated for this year. I will suspect that number may be down just because ridership is down this year. But that aligns kind of with our enrollment report, and that being down, we would expect ridership to be down. On page 2 there, you'll see that table. This is a kind of important thing for trustees to understand is the change in eligibility distance that has happened over the year. So eligibility distance is what we are allowed to claim students. So obviously just being under these eligibility distance, you're not eligible for transportation. So we don't get funding for you. It affects what fees you're charged and all that kind of stuff. The important thing I want to highlight is over the last year, over the last few years, but particularly in the last year, there was a shift that transportation eligibility criteria for pre-K to 6 was going to move to 1 kilometer. Last year, the government basically said, nope, never mind, it's going to be 1.6. A lot of divisions over those 2 years tried to prepare themselves for that, and obviously like purchase buses, started getting routes together because there's obviously kind of a requirement now and you're getting funding, so that shifts the game. So that 1.6 came into effect this year, which means we were planning to get funded for 1.0, and that shifted, so we had to shift. How much we didn't get a full year's notice on that. So obviously that affected some of these other things in here, like our decisions around fees and who's charged for what. I would tell you with fees going into this year, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's probably some of the complaint of that shift that we've been getting is how come I'm ineligible now, and things around that nature.
I just think I think it's worth noting that that's terrible. You know, for many years, boards advocated for a change in transportation, and the government moved to that 1 kilometer, as I see, for a couple of years, and then to do an about face on that and increase it. On paper, it looks like 0.6. It's like, how big is that? That's big. And for them to reverse what had been previously agreed upon when they were saying, yes, we will look at transportation, and then to do a bit of an about face on that, I think is really concerning. In transportation, it is already a tight budget.
Thank you, Trustee O'Shea. I shared concern. Did you have something, Trustee Briggs?
Yes. And we are a very complex geographical division because we do have towns, we do have rural. My question is pre-K and kindergarten funding for transportation. I was always under the assumption that they are not funded by transportation. Has that changed?
Transportation Manager Amy Colasar. So they are funded as a grade 0 is what it's called in our transportation grant. So they are lumped together in that same category.
Thank you. I was looking for the history. Thank you, Superintendent Warren.
Yeah,
because-
I'd just like to give this board some history. So we'll back up 2 boards. So over 8 years ago, the division was actually running a $600,000 deficit in transportation, which meant instructional dollars were going into transportation. So 2 boards ago, that board said, nope, because as you can see, we're struggling with sports in our classrooms. So that board made the motion that they wanted transportation to run inside its funding portfolio. So then the previous board, again, some of the challenges, there's been great advocacy, and Trustee O'Shea just spoke to that. There was huge advocacy, and there were some positives and some negatives because we really asked the government to please look at rural different than metro when they were doing their transportation study. Because at that point, Sturgeon, again, if you look at the location of our schools, you look at traffic flow, and you look at safe passage to get to a school. Well, many of our schools don't have proper sidewalks, there's not proper lighting, or that you add those even additional vehicles. Now we're talking about student safety. So in Sturgeon, we've been transporting kids because many of our schools are either, well, I'll take the mail, it's on a highway. You're not gonna let kids cross a highway. So during the previous board, huge information the government asked for it. They did a task force on transportation. And rural boards, we really went over the top. This board, I have to say, did a great job of advocacy, an outstanding job actually, because we put together a report showing this is where our schools are. There's a railroad track here. There's a highway. So when you say these kilometer distances, it does not work for us. So the board, like we still transport kids. We are getting 0 funding for because of safety of students, right? Because we have to transport them. So some changes were made by the government, but it is still, that's the money for transportation. So I just wanted you to know that it's been a challenge the whole time. I also want this board to know we are very vastly different across this province. Some boards own their own buses, so they're theirs. We do not. We have contracted services. So that's why it's also difficult, like when you go to ASBA or PSBA, when we're talking about transportation challenges, because it's different when you have contracted services as to when they're your own employees and your own buses. So I just wanted the board to be aware of that. That's how we got here. And it has been very challenging, and bless Amy and Sean for the work that they've been doing on this, because as Sean has indicated, they keep changing that distance. The only saving grace for us, because we were transporting most of our ineligible students already, it wasn't the shortage of we don't have enough buses, because as you can imagine, a lot of them you either didn't, if you needed more buses when they changed kilometer rates or not, how do you get them? And we have a driver shortage, of course, and that's been a constant problem. But I just wanted you to understand that transportation it's been interesting. We were really hoping they would do a rural versus urban and really look at us for rural for safety of students. But and we still have some changes happening. So I just wanted to have some history there.
Thank you. Can I just ask for the clarification on the pre-K and kindergarten funding? What are they funded at? So is it like a 0.5 of a regular student? Is that how we're doing that?
Yes, so they do receive the same transportation funding for all of pre-K up to grade 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then are we looking at efficiencies? I know it was really hard when the job action was happening. We had buses with, 2 and 3 children that were going around because pre-K was in and others weren't. Are we looking at efficiencies? Because obviously this is a blow to the planning that you've done. In terms of efficiencies, so we get funded 0.5, so the student will be paid for getting to the program or getting home, depending on if they're morning or afternoon, and then they ride a regular bus in the afternoon. Is there smaller buses that are going for pickups, or do we have parents doing one way? How are we working with that?
Thank you. That's a great question. So we do have our regular buses that the pre-K students are on for either the morning route or the afternoon route. And then the midday is the parent responsibility. So they are finding alternate transportations. We're currently not providing any transportation for that midday point.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Buga.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe this is not the time to ask, as it's really not part of your full annual report, but I've got a curiosity about the funding during labor action. I know the government had indicated in the funding manual that the teaching pool of money would be clawed back at 1/200th. What about transportation? Are our contractors still being paid? We have contracts that have already been written, and did government claw that back? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, and it's a great question, Trustee Buga, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. We were directed very clearly by the government that our job was to keep everybody whole during labor action. So if we were saving money, that money would have been clawed back. So we were to be paying our staff in our schools, create meaningful work. We had to put it in our contingency plans, our transportation, and I will let Sean speak about that. Our contractors, they were getting fully paid what they would be paid because that was the direction from Alberta Ed. And they were very clear, if board showed that they were saving or making money on this strike, they will claw back more. So it was to be, we were to keep everything else whole while the ATA was in labor action. And would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I will just add, we did have a conversation with them because if we do add additional days, if we're required to or we don't, I questioned the government because they said additional funding will be provided for instruction. And I asked, what about transportation? And they said, fair question, don't have an answer for you. So we did have a conversation with the contractors a little bit that, if we do require additional days because we've paid you, we do expect service on those additional days. So we did have that conversation and they were okay with that. Obviously, to a degree, like we're not talking like, yeah, we're just talking if we do add, it will be a day here, yeah, there, yeah.
Fair question. Thank you. Please continue. Trustee Reed.
Brian Reed, Ward 6. Just a question around the school bus contracting. And I just need clarity about this because I'm new. So the school buses are contracted to the school division and they're given a calendar for the school year, I'm assuming, and that's their duty of their contract. So they've been paid, just observing what you just said, they've been paid to stay home basically because that's in their contract. They should have been working. It wasn't any fault of theirs that they're on strike. I'm assuming they paid their drivers as well. If we're adding days throughout the calendar year now to make up time, is that going to change their contract? Are we amending their contract, or is this in good faith of our contracted school bus owners?
Yeah, can I speak first? Yes.
very good question.
Yeah, and it's
Please.
an excellent question, and thank you. We do have a discussion just about labor action for in-camera because a lot of this stuff has not come out from the government. So we don't have actual confirmation on our instructional hours and like diploma exams. So like I said, when we were reaching out to our contractors, it was to say, we have been told very clearly that we are to keep everybody intact working and that the dollars that would be clawed back is the 1/200th and it's the ATA. But if they were to hear that boards were laying people off, that they would claw back more. So it was an anticipatory conversation with our contractors to say, we don't have stuff in writing and we don't know what the school year will look like. Again, you approve the calendar. So we have to wait for the government to give us direction. If it still remains that our job is to teach the curriculum and our kids have to learn the outcomes. That's what our teachers' feet are held to the fire on. Hours of instruction adds another level, same with assignable time. So there's all these other pieces, and that's why it was a beginning discussion to ask. I will let Sean finish that conversation. But when you ask if by chance we had to bring to the board that we actually have to adjust the school year calendar because we have to meet the hours of instruction, whatever, whether it's changing a PD day or whatever, those discussions would also be around what are we being told that we must happen. So whatever diplomas happens, or if they're telling us to, and then we'll have to bring to the board, this is our recommendation because either the hours, whatever's we have to make up. But right now, because there's so much unknown, that's been our challenge. And so when we're very thankful, our contractors, it is good because it had to be like a conversation because we're so different. And I will let Sean let you know about what that looked like. Because right now, that is not just one piece it touches. That changing the calendar, it's not a little thing. And so that's why right now we are not doing anything because we need direction also. What's the requirements of Alberta Education on us?
Thank you, Trustee Reed. So from a contract lens, we could have like we would not have required a contract change, but we could have reduced the days if we so desired to do that. Obviously, with the strike and not knowing when people are coming back, we needed to maintain a state of ready to go back on a dime. And if we stop paying people and they start laying off their staff, we can't do that. And who's to say they could get them back? So from a contractual standpoint, no, there's nothing we needed to change or we'll have to change for that.
Please continue.
Thank you, Board Chair. So as we move into the ridership information here, you'll just see our ridership did decline by that 3.75, which is kind of uniquely similar to that enrollment number. So just kind of tying those together, we did coming into this year reduce our routes. We brought that forward to the board. We had conversation just so everyone was prepared, and we reduced our routes because of operational efficiency. So something we did last year, which I did in my previous division, is we did an analysis of our cost per routes. We looked at our most costly routes and we looked at which ones we could amalgamate or we had to have conversation about removing because we obviously can't operate a bus with 2 kids on it. It's just not feasible. And we worked with our contractors to let them know. And to be quite honest, I think most of them were aware because they knew from their business lens that like that wasn't sustainable. Obviously, people aren't always 100% happy with that, but I would say that they understood just with our constraints and kind of what we have to do. In support to what the superintendent said here, a key thing we do need to know from the board is, and we do this during the budget time, is are we required to work within our envelope? It's always my recommendation that we should because the classroom is struggling and there's limitations there. So we always strive to do that and live within that envelope and plan. And that's why we look at these things and do this stuff. But that is a key piece that we need direction, obviously, from this new board on how we manage that, because that then affects our conversation around fees. And I would second to say that what we believe in terms of fees is another direction we need from the board and conversation that will come up through that budgeting process. But I just want to give you guys, those are the 2 big things from transportation that we require direction from. Whether it's school of choice, we support that, or outside boundary students, it's that kind of conversation. So as we move into here, our ridership, we can just, it's a little chart to show you that they're 70% eligible, 5% outside boundary, 9% choice, 8% ineligible, and then 1% special education students. We did some highlights there, just eligible riders decreased, ineligible increased, and some non-resident riders increased. So the eligible and ineligible is because of the kilometer change. So we mainly just saw a shift of those kids becoming from eligible to ineligible. And then non-residents is we're pulling in more kids from outside the division. I would say mainly the Edmonton area and things like that, which is positive, I think, because that helps our schools.
Can we pause just for a question there? Does anyone have any questions or anything up to this point in time? I do have a question with the 5% outside the boundary. I'm assuming that this would be similar to students with, paying tuition coming outside of the area. Is there an opportunity, if people are motivated, to come and attend Sturgeon Public Schools to recoup some of the costs of, out of boundary students obviously paying more for the convenience of being transported?
An opportunity to recoup the cost, how? Sorry.
Would there be a higher cost for students who are being transported from outside the boundary area?
Yeah, so there is currently, yeah.
Okay, can
Yeah.
you share what it is, or?
Yeah,
is-
no, you want to give the rate, Amy? Sure. Amy's got it.
Transportation Manager Amy Colasar. So currently our non-resident rider fee, if for grades 1 to 12, is $540. In comparison, an eligible rider would be $145 annually.
Thank you.
Okay, as we move on through the report, we are talking about transportation fee collection. So as of October, we are at 81% collected. I will notice that obviously the strike has impact on that. Last year at this time, we were 86% collected. Just with the strike, we usually send out notices and kind of do bus suspensions. And what a bus suspension means is if you're at the stop, we'll pick you up and take you to school, but we'll call you to come get your kid, your student from the school if you haven't paid your fees. Another method which is common that we use is if there's a ton of outstanding fees, we won't let you register for the following year for busing until those fees are paid. I will highlight, we do have a fee waiver process. So for our families that are financially having some financial difficulties, there's a process for them to go to get their fees waived. So that just helps our families that need. So I just want to highlight that through here. Last year, we collected 98% of the fees for the year. And this chart is just kind of showing obviously our collections through the month and how we're getting more paid than what's outstanding. So.
Trustee Gibbons?
Crystal Gibbons for Ward 7, trustee. Just curious, for the, obviously parents that have had their kids home for the month of October, they're still being billed the bus fees for that month? Is that?
Great question. Thank you. Please answer.
So yeah, we're going to, as of right now, we have not refunded any fees just because we're day one back. I know it's a big question people usually have, but similar to the QP strike, we wanted to wait until it was over. So we're not refunding and refunding and refunding. So we're going to take a look at that and determine. Last time what we did was anything over, our kind of general rule of thumb is anything over 2 weeks we'll refund. But yeah, we're trying to assess that and count those days and then prorate and stuff. But there's a lot of unknowns right now that we just need to make sure we're considering and get some answers to before we kind of move forward. But yeah.
Further question or suggestion?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Can I just
Trustee Briggs?
Can I follow up? Sorry, just to Trustee Gibbons. Before that was
Yes, Superintendent Warren and then Trustee Briggs.
And it is a great question. So I will ask the board if you could please, when stakeholders bring that up, to ask them to please be patient. As I said, our team is very small. And when you're talking about refunding any money, that is not a little thing. It is a big thing, and it is a lot of work. And so this is why it's going to take time, and people have to be patient. And I know that it's difficult sometimes, but again, we don't even have, from yesterday, we were supposed to get the final decisions about moving forward after this strike, even about diplomas. We were supposed to get it last night. I still have nothing. So I'm just asking if our parents could just be patient, because again, we have to confirm what's being clawed back, and then we will finalize the days, and we will be getting that back to our parents. And also, we don't know what a response may be that we may be getting from the other side today. So there's a lot of unknowns still in that area.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I think it would just be helpful for us to have those updates as they are available, for sure. I think it's easier to communicate with parents if you can let them know that it's forthcoming and it's being considered, rather than we don't know.
Yeah, just as a parent, that was my first, oh, wait, I wonder if, so that was why. But yes, obviously we have to figure it all out.
Thank you.
And generally, as a department, when we're sharing communications out with families regarding these things, we share them. The superintendent obviously shares them out so that trustees are aware.
Appreciate it. Trustee Briggs.
Collections and suspensions. Our job is to ensure children are in school. I have a hard time with suspensions because people cannot pay their fees. Children should be in school. I would like the board to dive into this a little bit and have some conversations regarding this. And on another note, when we want to stay within our envelope, it does affect ridership and ride times. And these are all very large conversations. We're a very big division geographically. Some children are on the bus for a long time. Some children are on the bus for 10 minutes. So it's a big conversation that we need to have as a board.
Thank you, Trustee Briggs. Trustee Reed.
Just a clarification. So we're going to be refunding funds back to parents with transportation, but we've already paid our contractors. They've been paid throughout. That doesn't change. That funding model stays consistently the same. What are we projecting for a gap when we've already paid our contractors and we've got refunds going back out the door? You have a number off the top of your head or a projected number?
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Reed. So yeah, that's some of the information we want to look at and figure out, I want to say. That information will come forward most likely when we do our quarterly update, because there's a lot of moving pieces we want to make sure we can grasp on. And it honestly will also tie actually into our audited financial statements as well too, and just if how we did with last year, and that will impact what we have and those kinds of things. So we'll just take a minute, but we'll get back to you on what that looks like and navigating that. But as of right now, the board, we're living the budget of the last board. We did approve us to stay within that envelope. So that's what we are aiming to do.
Thank you for that. And you will get back as well on the question regarding suspensions and, what do you call it? Rider time. Yes.
Sorry, Chair, I would like direction there, because are you directing, because we are getting into budget, because that's part of our whole study of transportation that would be for the following year, because right now like I said, we're set. So are you asking for, because that report on that will be coming, but is this an additional report, and is that a direction from
Not
the
necessarily.
board?
Yes. No, not necessarily. I think a report. I think we're looking at maybe some data regarding suspensions, like are we talking little or lot, so that the board can then be informed to have our own conversations regarding that. Correct?
I'm sorry.
Trustee O'Shea?
I know yesterday we were talking about some of our committee of the whole topics. And to me, that would be a great topic to bring to the committee of the whole once we sort of know what exact information we're after. Maybe that would be a great place to bring that forward and have a discussion there.
Very good idea. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we can take a look at that as well too. I will just say that the bus suspension and the not allowing to register is a common practice that school divisions use to support the payment. And because we have a new board, I also just want to highlight there's a common misunderstanding in the general public that it's the school division's job to get a student to school. As per the Education Act, we are providing a yellow bus or a parent-provided agreement. The parents do have some responsibility to get their student to school or to the bus stop and those kinds of things. Because again, it's a partnership. I often say that nobody will be transportation will always be an issue until we are providing service to everyone's door to and from the school, because that's kind of what people want. So it's always a bit of a challenge, I would say. So for okay, I'll keep moving on. Okay. So also to some of what Trustee Briggs said, we do have some reports here on the routes and ride times and capacities and things like that. But before we get into that, just some challenges and some areas of success. So just with transportation services, previously running a deficit, and I would say probably a heavy focus towards maybe reduced ride times and capacities and things like that. We haven't really invested in upgrades to either software or cameras on buses and things like that. So that's something we is a big challenge for us. The first item on that section is registration software. So currently, new students we require to register, but old students we don't. It is very, very difficult to do any planning when we don't know who's showing or who's coming up, and we're just assuming. We can't be efficient, we can't be effective. We had some problems this year with people coming and expecting a whole bunch of changes, and it's a huge hurdle in September, and you're just trying to get kids on buses, so you can't really effectively plan. So a challenge for us is just that registration piece, and realistically needing people to register whether they're coming back on busing or not. That is a common practice, but I will also tell you, coming from another division that put that into place, it is a huge hurdle from an optics and communication lens. I've lived that, and our stakeholders, I can't say specifically, but in that situation, the stakeholders believe they didn't have to register and shouldn't have to register for busing. They should just get it, and we should just kind of know. So that is a challenge for us that if we could overcome, we would obviously need board support and conversation around that. But if we could overcome, it would help improve our efficiency as well as our planning and forecasting, and just, yeah, I think honestly provide a better experience for everyone. Again, I'm going to highlight just because we had a lot of changes this September, and it was extremely difficult on the team, I would say. And as a result, we did get some stakeholder concerns because of that. And it honestly just takes some time to work through those things, because when you have all those changes, you're honestly just trying to get kids on buses to school. You don't sometimes have a chance to like reassess. We obviously go back and reassess and say, okay, it looks better if we do this and this, but at that point in time, we're trying to get kids on buses and to school. And then on top of that, our software is somewhat outdated. So that's a challenge that we're looking at improving, because that will mean better routing and things like that, and better utility for parents and our contractors and just everyone in general. Okay. I would probably say the next challenge in transportation, student misconduct. Similar to a classroom, a bus may have more kids on it than in a classroom. And we often say it's a moving classroom. So student misconduct is always kind of a challenge. However, throughout this year, we've worked with our contractors and our school administrators to kind of tighten up that process. We did notice that maybe there were some communication gaps, so we worked out an enhanced process just to make sure that there's some follow-up with our contractors to kind of know where something landed and how it was resolved, if it is escalated to the school for concern. Is there anything else on that? No? Okay. Is there anything else on the first one I missed? No. Okay. Perfect. So obviously, then moving on to the next item, ride time and bus capacities. So, obviously the biggest concern of most stakeholders, ride times and bus capacities. We have a bit of a process where we've outlined some standard capacities and ride times and things like that. So when those things are triggered, we kind of do more of a thorough look into those things. So on the first attachment, you will see kind of all the routes we have listed and just some changes in ridership and times and things like that. And then we have 2 additional reports attached that are the routes that are above those kinds of thresholds. So although not ideal and people don't like, it is not uncommon to have, especially rurally, even in the city, ride times longer than an hour and 15 minutes one way. So we use that 75-minute mark kind of as a gauge to if routes get to that or over, it triggers an investigation into looking into the why. And as such, we have provided those routes and just a little explanation. Sometimes those routes are longer because we're picking a student up outside of the division. You also have to understand that sometimes people register to have a seat on 2 buses. So capacity may, when we're talking about capacity may look large, but that's because we saved a seat for a student on 2 buses. Yeah. Is there anything else on that? Okay. So I'm gonna pause here because this is a chance for you to take a look at that and ask some questions. I will also say with the longer ride times, in an effort to be efficient, things like that, we do try to do double runs, which is basically we go and pick up all the kids, we go to the school, and we do another run of the kids closer to the school. So a large majority of those routes look like bigger capacities because of those double runs. But yeah, I'll open it to questions.
All right, opening to questions. Trustee Gibbons.
Crystal Giffen, Ward 7 trustee. Just curious, you said you had a problem wondering like who's going to be registering and how parents don't. I'm one of those parents that was like, I didn't know I had to re-register. I thought my kids in, is there an option for parents to maybe pre-register for multiple years? Because I personally would be one of those parents that would be like, absolutely, all of junior high, set it up, let's keep it going until I cancel it. Would that be an option or no? And that could maybe help.
Transportation Manager Amy Colasar. So that's kind of the system that we have right now. So once transportation is established, we re-enroll students every year without having to have a new transportation registration. Some parents do submit a transportation form every year, but it is not a requirement.
I get an email every year saying I have to resubmit an application.
Yeah.
Just so.
Yeah, no, for sure. So we do send it out like a mass communication to every parent, but if you were to not re-register and refresh that information, you would still be registered from year to year if you're a current transportation rider.
Maybe that's something that we could talk about again in our committee meeting. That might be a tad bit confusing for parents. Maybe we could help you be more efficient with looking at, possible solutions to that. Yes.
Just what a lot of school divisions do is during registration time, they say, if you want busing, you have to register. If you don't register, we're not planning to pick you up, have you on the bus. And then obviously, if you do register late, we kind of have to, but usually they say, hey, if you register in September, it's going to take us 2 weeks to get you on the bus because we have to reevaluate routes and things like that. So that's the process we're talking about, and we're talking about it because I know from lived experience, it's a hurdle. We have some strategies to discuss that, but I just wanted to clarify that.
You're okay.
Just a question around some of your issues with students on buses, behavioral issues. Is there any contractors to date in our Sturgeon contracts that have onboard
Transportation Manager Amy Colasar. We don't currently have internal cameras on majority of our buses. There are a couple of contractors who have independently installed cameras, but nothing from the division side of things. They would all be independently managed, but majority do not have any cameras installed.
Trustee Buga.
Thank you, Chair.
this is not going to be a liked question, but what happened to our bus passes? Are we not checking bus passes anymore? I know that this has been looked at and the systems work and the systems don't work, and it's up to the operators whether they choose to follow the rules. Where did we land? Thank you.
Transportation Manager Amy Colasar. So bus passes have definitely been a topic of conversation over the past few years. We had implemented a system that was an RFD card that would scan on and scan off of our buses. We found that the system did not work in our rule setting. It was inconsistent. So sometimes the scanning would work and sometimes it wouldn't, which kind of defeated the purpose of using it for an emergency situation to confirm student attendance. So we unfortunately had to revert back to having plastic bus passes that do not have the RFID scanners. So this year there is identification cards for some of our schools with the younger students. Lots of our schools indicated that they don't need bus passes for identification for the older students. So we've implemented kind of a approach to see how this year goes with just the identification piece. And then we're going to gather the feedback from the schools. We did have some discussions in our startup meetings about the pros and cons of that. A majority of both school side and bus operator side were pleased to not have the scan on, scan off, just because the technology was not reliable.
Trustee Gibbons.
Thank you. Trustee Gibbons, Ward 7. Was that the information wasn't available because of bus driver taking it? Because I know my children have said sometimes they had to, sometimes they don't. Or is that actual like a technical error of the recordings not coming? That's because I think it is kind of a good, like, especially with all the younger kids now having transfer buses from Sturgeon Comp, like before they would go straight to their school, but now all the buses stop at Sturgeon Comp and they have transfer buses and kids can go to any transfer bus. That could get, that's always my fear. So
Yeah, great question. So it was definitely a mix of both bus operators' willingness to enforce that and having no consequence if they didn't produce a bus pass, because we will always instruct contractors to pick up a student that is waiting at a bus stop. So if they did not have a bus pass, they were still allowed on the bus. So it kind of had that piece of, if there's no consequence, it was hard to enforce with students. The other piece was absolutely technology based. We would have some scanners that would work at the beginning of a route and then halfway through they would stop working. So that logistically was very difficult to manage for bus operators and students as well, knowing when it was working and when it wasn't.
Thank you. Trustee Briggs.
I have very mixed feelings on this. I'm a little disappointed to hear that bus passes have not been enforced, because the whole point of the bus pass was to ensure that we knew who was on that bus in case something happened, that we knew right at that moment that those children were on the bus. Our job as trustees is to ensure that children are safe to and from. I think we need to relook at this in our committees and talk about it. We have talked previously about software. That's kind of been an ongoing conversation. So I would like to further this conversation. And on another note, SE6, they're on the bus for 131 minutes one way. Can you explain what that means, where they're going?
Yeah, so a few things. I'm going to start with, so we do still expect bus drivers to know who's on their bus and to be kind of taking that attendance and knowing who's there. We did speak, I'm pretty sure we did bring forward the bus pass scanners a little bit last year and having that conversation, but I'm not sure. SE6 is our bus. It is a special complex needs. It's a bus for students with complex needs. Sorry, I was just looking for the right wording. That bus goes into Edmonton to take those kids to UPS. Those are our very, very, very high needs kids who require 3-to-1 care. So that bus takes them from all across the division to our UPS program, and that is why the bus ride is so long.
And can I just clarify UPS, because we pay a tuition that is
Yep.
privately run. Sorry, it's not our program.
No.
These are students that we are very fortunate to have UPS that is close to us for those students that we end up meeting undue hardship that we cannot support those children. And so they hold very few spots, but that is why it's a longer drive because that school is located in the city of Edmonton.
And is there subsidy that comes with their enrollment there, or is the expectation on the district to pay?
Expectation is on the district.
Thank you. Do you wish to continue?
Okay, so as we moved into the next area, I think this is a key area, transportation fee structure. Obviously challenges collections as well as understanding and acceptance of the fees. Based on the fees the board approves, it kind of outlines what the will of the board is and the direction and what we believe in terms of school of choice, alternative seat, non-resident riders. Those kind of dictate and the decision we make on improving those fees, kind of how we operate. So as an example, our non-resident rider currently is higher than our eligible rider. So what we're saying is we are displacing some of our costs into non-residents more than our current residents. One point I will just bring up, because some of you may not be aware, is the transportation funding did change so that we do get funding for non-resident riders now from where they live. So we do get funding from outside our division from where they live to the school now. And in the past, it was not, you didn't get that funding. So I just wanted to clarify that. Last but not least, we moved this to the bottom because although I think it's still a challenge, is finding bus drivers. It has seemed to not be such a big challenge. So there have been some grants that have been, yeah, I'm gonna knock on wood. It was a huge challenge in the past. I don't know if it's some of the grants they implemented about, what are the names of the grants? Sorry.
Yeah, they have the school bus competency driver grant and the school bus grant. So one is for additional training for existing drivers and one is to implement new drivers.
So upon request, we help our contractors fill that out and then we get the funds and obviously provide them directly to them. But that may have helped alleviate that situation a little bit. We do still think there's a problem with coverage, like substitute bus drivers and things like that. But we're not hearing as much of as we were, especially during like after or post-COVID and during COVID. So we just wanted to highlight that.
Trustee O'Shea?
Trustee O'Shea, Ward 4. I'm just wondering, do we have individual contracts with our contractors or do we have a division contract with all of our contractors? And when and how often is that negotiated? When is it up for negotiation again?
Hey, mixed bag. Yeah, so, and Amy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we have contracts with individual contractors and they usually outline which routes. So we'll have a contract with contractor X and it will say you're running these routes. Those are 5-year contracts, and it would depend on, Amy, you can tell what a general time is when they're up.
Yeah, we implemented the newest agreement in the 23-24 school year, and then they have a 5-year term with the potential to extend.
But there are contracts that obviously like people give up their routes and things. So those would be on a new 5-year term. Yeah.
Trustee Buga, then Trustee.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I just wanted to make a note and a personal observation that with that shortage of substitute drivers, having the multiple contractors and our small businesses running those routes, I know that in my household, there was a driver that was, for whatever reason, let go. They didn't have a driver. I got a text message directly from the contractor saying that he was taking over the route until a new driver was trained and in place. And the communication with parents was really good from small contractors. I know sometimes that can be a challenge, especially with we've seen with the larger companies coming out into rural areas. So I just wanted to share the real value in providing those small contractors with our students.
Thank you. Trustee Reed.
Trustee Reed, Ward 6. Question around the contracts, and I'm really a person about shopping local and keeping our contractors local, obviously. But when you have a 5-year contract, and let's say a contractor they have 4 buses, they're nearing retirement in that contract time. How does it work? Are they able to transfer the contract to another person, or does that contract go back in the pool for another contractor to go after it? Like, how does the transfer of a contract partway through look before it would go to a larger corporate?
Yeah.
That, you know what I'm trying to get at, like, you know, to keep the contract within somebody else that already has a contract within the division.
I just want to be cognizant that we might be starting to get into legal.
Okay.
So if we can add that in camera and have that conversation. If we're comfortable with that. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Any other question? Trustee Briggs?
Mine is more of a comment. During COVID, of course, this is when the bus operator shortages started to happen. I can honestly say that our division did exceptionally well having local contractors. We didn't feel that crunch like the city was. So I hold huge value in having local contractors that know our communities, serve our division.
Thank you. Seems to be a common theme across there, so back to you.
Yeah, and I'll just highlight. I just want the board to be aware contracts. There's legislation around Alberta trade agreements and things like that. So we follow that process. We do in our evaluation piece have an aspect of a consideration for being local. So that is a consideration is what I want to say here and that piece. But just for administration, things like that, there is a process we kind of have to go through and adhere to and all those kinds of things. I'm pretty much done, but I did want to say, and thank you, Trustee Reed, because you commented on it, but especially around misconduct, something we potentially competing priorities about whether it's bus passes or cameras, but something with student misconduct that has come up that we would have to save money for, but has been a lot of conversation is bus cameras on buses to help with the student misconduct or the hit and runs or just the whole slew of things. Because of the sensitivity around cameras on buses, it is best practice, in my opinion, that the division installs those, maintains all access and control over that for FOIP reasons and a whole bunch of reasons. We don't want somebody misappropriating that sensitive information. So that's why if we brought forward a recommendation about getting cameras and a plan about how to save for that and do that, it is best that we do that and maintain control over that just for FOIP reasons and others.
Trustee Gibbons.
Crystal Gibbons for Ward 7. You said some contractors have their own cameras. Do we know which buses those are? Like if you said they all get them, you'd want to control it, but obviously for the same reason. Do we know who has them now? Because as a parent, I would want to know if my, kid was on that one.
Yeah, transportation manager Amy Colasar. We do have to have them posted on the bus. So the ones that do have cameras, we are aware of them. And we have had some contractors inquire, but majority don't have cameras yet. So the ones that do, we are aware of.
And is it posted or just so we have to look for it, or are we also told at the beginning of that year? Just curious.
The requirement is that it's just posted in the bus.
So where would I look for that? Like as a parent, just on my 2 kids' buses, I'm now just curious to look for the.
Yeah, so as a parent, you wouldn't have access to a list of buses per se. It would only be physically in the bus, so the students would be able to see it. But as a parent, we don't have a list publicly posted.
I couldn't see it as a parent. Like when I'm dropping my child off to the bus, it would just be.
So right now, we have not designated, I don't believe, a place it has to be posted, but it has to be posted. And you can always ask as a parent to say, I just want to check. But that, in all honesty, that is something why we're bringing forward us wanting to have the cameras and the control and that process maintained. And previously, in my prior division with the COVID and the savings, what we did was I opted to purchase all the buses and get them installed so that, again, we could maintain that control and have that.
Just a comment through to Trustee Gibbons. Do you know if you have a contractor? Because I know, because that would be valuable information. If the contractors directly have installed those, then that information might be available through your contractor. I know as a parent, having to go and sit with the contractor and watch bus videos and do disciplinary things with my own children, having the contractor have the cameras was a third party, which was very acceptable at the time. I see you guys have moved in a different direction. But if you do have an independent contractor who has a camera, that might be something that you could reach out to your bus driver to find out. Any other questions? How are we doing?
I am done. I know that was a lot, but it's a heavy topic, and I'm just trying to make sure that you're informed. I would not plan in the future maybe to go as detailed through that, just with key highlights. But again, the board can let me know.
Thank you. I think this time it was very appreciated to go deep. Trustee O'Shea has brought up the idea that we could, have some periodic updates as a regularly scheduled item on our committee of the whole meetings. And I think that might be sufficient, but we will certainly let you know how the board is feeling. Thank you for that. I'm going to do an environmental scan and see where everybody's at. Looking at the time, Superintendent Warren, do you have a suggestion about continuing or breaking or?
Lunch is here.
Okay.
So we could take a 30-minute lunch break, and I will ask sorry. Thank you, Chair. Superintendent Warren, lunch is here, so you could pause for lunch. And also for headshots, I have a clear instruction that I have to give before, but it would be a good time, I think, to take a 30-minute lunch break.
All in favor? Okay. All right, well, welcome back after lunch. I hope you enjoyed. Thank our superintendent and leadership team for feeding us well. Let's get right back into business here. What time are we? 1:26 reconvening. And we are going to 8.6, which is the RCMP School Resource Officer and Liaison for 2025, 2026.
Thank you, Chair. So we are very proud. I mean, we report on this every year. Anybody who's been around long enough, there has been quite a few years ago now, but some challenges around school resource officer. We have been so fortunate in the division. As you know, they are also publicly funded too. And so if they're short staffed, that's when we sometimes have struggled to get SRO officers. So this is a tripartite agreement. So it's wonderful. I have to say, I'm going to give a huge shout out. Staff Sergeant Darcy McGonigal, he is new to that role over the last year. And I met with him just over a year ago is when he sat down with me. He said, of course, it's lovely, has kids in our school. So his comment was, I have a vested interest. I know to be proactive, and we know that, right? To be proactive and to see where kids are at and to support them and to realize that actually, police enforcement is actually your friend, but it's also when we're trying to catch kids going down the wrong path, et cetera. So Constable Tanner Wills has been outstanding, and we are very fortunate. And like I said, Staff Sergeant Darcy, he has been outstanding to assign. That is not part of the agreement. Our junior highs is that they would just be included in our community, but they are dedicated to our schools, and it is huge because we have not had consistent presence in our school because they've been short-staffed. So we've been really fortunate. So this is his information, and we can, again, it's just his information. So you know, we do have a school resource officer, and we do have other corporals that are, he's assigned them to our schools. Now, there's often a lot of changeover, and that is difficult because I'm sure you can appreciate that an SRO position is different because you're with kids, right? So it's about the person. You need the right person, and we've had great people. We're very fortunate, but we have struggled to have consistent. And it's been amazing over the last year and a bit having a staff sergeant lead it who really has dedicated time to it because he feels it's important, and that has made a huge shift. So it's a shout out to them. It's a wonderful partnership, and we'll be bringing you more information, and you will hear more because I'm sure when you hear that, you'll hear reports back just about that presence in our schools.
Questions, comments? Trustee
Reed, Ward 6, more of a comment, and just for the new trustees that maybe don't know Staff Sergeant McGonigal and Constable Tanner Wills, we are blessed to have them, really. I had a firsthand incident last year at Namale Elementary School because I look after the rink there outside. 5 high school students were caught inside the rink vandalizing it and smoking and doing drugs without Constable Tanner Wills being part of that program. I would be confident to say that all 5 of those would have been arrested and charged because of him and his vision and the principal's vision. They were given an opportunity to choose a different path. With the guidance of myself and the Ag Society, we opportunity to give them a path. So there's good value, and I know looking forward at different times of funding, we're going to come to a struggle with whether or not the RCMP can afford to have that constable. Somehow we have to advocate for that. It's a tool that keeps the kids on the straight and narrow before they get on that path. So just as an insight, had I not been in that situation, I would probably have a different view, but I was in the right place at the right time to be able to experience that. So just a little bit of added information. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Reed. And I think the value of such program, it can't be little because it is absolutely huge in terms of the value it brings back. And I think just like you're suggesting, it's not just the enforcement piece, it's the restorative piece that you can bring about changes and really help kids along. So, okay. Any other comments? Okay, thank you.
Trustee.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, Trustee Berkner.
Shannon Berkner, Ward 1. I'm just curious because I know there's a detachment in Redwater. Is there any such program for that community?
That is a fantastic question, Shannon. So the Redwater RCMP detachment, they also have a great relationship. And now because it's not an agreement, it is that we work with them. I need to go and look that name. They have been great with us, but you are correct. This is with the Morinville RCMP. And so Sturgeon Comp is part of theirs and Redwater has their own. We don't have a specific agreement, but we have had a great relationship. And that is a great thing that we can be bringing back, because even for this year, I have to make sure who it is who's attached to those two schools. But Redwater detachment has also been great.
Thank you. Anything else on school resource officer? All right, moving along to the next item on the agenda, 8.7, our superintendent's report. May I ask, when you do this, would you walk us through sort of what Sean did with the transportation? I know sometimes, having watched the other board meetings, it is just a point of information and people have looked through it online already. Would you be able to just take us through that presentation just as we, get to know one another, and if it's something we like, maybe that would be a continuation. Thank you, Superintendent.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Shauna Warren, Superintendent. So this report, again, I don't want to bring things to the board that don't bring you value. As you know, things have changed in the last 10 years of being superintendent. These things have shifted. So teachers have the TQS they have to meet, which is the teaching quality standard, and it's one standard with competencies within. There is now a leadership quality standard, and there is a superintendent leadership quality standard. These were implemented by the Minister of Education, and they are mandated that I must meet those. And so in this report, again, for the board, this was the previous board, again, wanting more information and wanted to kind of know some things, that I started to go through the SLQS through the competency and just provide some information of things that are happening. You will also notice, this is why this will change at some point, that based on my evaluation last year, that the board did create 3 goals. And so the report does refer to the goals as well. And again, if this does not bring value, I would love to hear back from the board what that you would prefer to hear, because every week you will get from me, I send out a weekly blog. Sometimes I can be insightful, and sometimes it's more just factual. I'll do a little blog, but I also give my calendar for the week, and that way as trustees you can see that, and I send that out as well to my principals, vice principals, and the senior leadership team, so they know what I'm doing and what I'm up to. Sometimes it may say just external stakeholder, because also I have to protect people's information. So, but I just so people are aware what I'm up to. So in that report, it is outlined based on the SLQS, the standard, and then of course the competencies inside. And it does include the 3 goals that were put out by the board. And so it's a little smaller this time because, again, it was quieter the last 3.5 weeks, a lot more just operation and maintenance, not operation maintenance, but I'm saying operations, school operations, division operations. It's been more focused on that instead of visionary work, trying to keep things afloat for the last 3.5 weeks. But first of all is, the first one is, of course, building effective relationships. And this doesn't matter what level we're at. It's one of the most important things we do. Again, we cannot do this on our own. So operationally, I'm looking at operationally people to make sure that I'm connecting with those people, and also drawing those links to support you as a board to connect to people. So we did have meetings. Of course, we have some of our stuff I'm proud of. We have community connections. So I believe it was the board chair who asked about the RCSD model, which disappeared quite a few years ago. We missed that funding. And so over the last couple of years, as we look at how do we bring in, as the Premier has said, she wants cross-ministerial work. So as we reach out to our other partners and who are funded differently, AHS, as we try to bring them to the table, to be proactive, right? If we're proactive, we can help kids stay healthy before they're sick, or families. And so we have kudos to my Director of Learning Services and that team, because they've done amazing work, even working with our mental health capacity building group, which is our HYPE, and our SHINE, which is our disability services, which is our FSCD contracts. Amazing job to try to bring the right people to the table to have those discussions of how do we get those supports. So that did happen. Sorry, that was a long discussion for one pint, so I'll be a little faster. We have been meeting, again, we've been in contact with administration, just with the county and Villeneuve Airport, and this is about the approval of our collegiate. We want to keep it moving. This has been collaborative between facilities, whether I'm taking out the director or wherever else, we're making sure we're going out there to see that our kids will be ready to go out in that building for semester 2 at the airport. Talks about a lot of things you've already heard, as some of it's in the communications report. You can see a beautiful picture of the comp with their welding. And just so this board knows, we are the only school division, or we were the first school division to have virtual welding. And so as we move into the world of AI and virtual learning, there's a lot of cool opportunities that we will be accessing, but that is something we have been doing very well at, and it's been a fantastic offer. The next part, just my commitment to professional learning. If I've not reported to you before, now that CAS, which is our College of Alberta School Superintendents, we are a regulated body, I am mandated that I must take minimum 30 credits of course per year. And so I report that. It's all reported. It's in CAS. I get a certificate of completion when I've completed those courses. And I have to take so many credits, and then I have to take so many courses. I have to complete 5 full additional courses within 5 years to meet that, to keep that going. And to keep my superintendent leadership certification, I must do that training. So that's new with the CAS becoming a regulated body, just so you know that. And if I'm talking fast and a lot, don't worry, you'll hear this all again. It'll get repeated. So some other things that are in there. I'm excited. Like I said, I'm joining now the planning team for the Alberta Rural Education Symposium. And I'm excited about that because I think it's important to continue to have rural voice in there to keep that going. And as you can imagine, sometimes, yes, I'm volunteering to be on it because it's important to us, and I want to make sure that our rural voice is there. But it's a lot because now it's adding more and being pulled into those situations. But it's been great to work with other rural superintendents talking about that. I've already talked about Unplugged and the Anxious Generation. I know it's new for you, but soon you'll get tired of me hearing it because you're going to hear it a lot. We have to say it a lot so that people start to hear, and we can be a team to actually protect our kids from the 4 harms of social media. Our First Nation, Métis and Inuit, we have some great things going. I'm actually really proud of the team. Our job is not just to build foundational knowledge across all students and staff, but it's also to have it embedded in our curriculum so it's part of it. We want all of our children, every single child, to see themselves in their schools. If they see themselves and feel like they belong, then that sets them up for success. And I'm really proud of the team. The team has done amazing work on that, and you will be getting reports on that during the year. As our manager of transportation, I'm just down on School Authority Operations and Resources. Our director of transportation already alluded to this. We spent a lot of time over the last probably 8 months, actually a year, looking at how do we support our bus drivers. They're not teachers. And so how do we support them? How do we support our contractors? And how do we ensure an effective communication process through the principal to the driver and back, and to support them? And then what's the threshold, right? And we need to hear that from our drivers. What's the threshold? And to say to them, to encourage them to just at least have talked to the parent, or when the first time the incident happens, to please talk to the principal right away so that the parents are never surprised. And it's been a long process, and I think it's gone well, and it's been a back and forth collaborative. So it's been very good. You'll hear about our therapeutic crisis intervention for schools. You're going to hear a lot about that. Sturgeon Public School Division, historically, we are, I will say, experts, people in this division, on trauma in the brain. And we have been doing that work for years. So way back when, we started with the neurosequential model in education, which was Dr. Bruce Perry's work. And over the last 5 years, we were really looking at everything we've tried, whether it's zones of regulation, collaborative problem solving, restorative justice, even because Trustee Reed brought that up, which is a great thing, by the way. We were finding, why is it not living in our schools? So here's our job. I'm not a good leader if I walk away and things disappear. Our job is we have to build capacity, which means we have to have it embedded in what we do, because it can't be tied to a person. So therapeutic crisis intervention is mostly for kids in care. So we were looking at how successful it was at Oak Hill. And I'll just remind everybody, Oak Hill children, they're not our students. They're non-resident. We do not choose who goes there. So we have and thank you, Crystal, because I know all this stuff is going to be new. We staff the school. We have an EPI is what it's called. I don't want to go into that, but again, we staff it, but they are not our students. We do not choose who goes there. We do not get a choice who goes there, but just so you're aware, because the kids live there and go to school. So, but what I will say is they were having great success with it. That's kind of the way also we found a way to find our child and youth care workers, why it was but that came also from a principal looking at that, people with skill working with kids. And our therapeutic crisis intervention in schools, it's a fantastic program. We have been spending a lot of time. It does need PD all the time. We're getting more and more people trained, but it's fantastic. And when our director of learning services, when you do get a report on that, you'll hear more about that. And just to support you, again, that is, as superintendent, that is my job, is to support you in your role in governance. And so that's that in part. So providing you with the information, and I really appreciate it because I think it was Trustee Reed who brought up just yesterday, you know, what is my role versus the board's? And again, if it's administration and getting that going and operationalizing, that's on me. But when it's the politicians that I need, I come to the board and say, okay, now if we're moving it on, that is the role. And that is my job to support you in that, right? So we want to get it going and we can get things actioned. So that's my report. Again, I will ask the board. Committee of the whole is for speaking. This report is, it's information for you. And if there's something you would prefer for it to look differently, again, not a decision today, but is a report I bring forward. So changes could discuss at Cal if you wanted.
Thank you. Appreciation for that. And I think for me, it's very helpful to have you speak to those items rather than just read them. You have a lovely voice and it keeps us attuned. Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns? Trustee Buga.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent. I like reading this. I have a curiosity about the focus of October's Indigenous Hub. Does that change monthly? Is there an opportunity to reintroduce Indigenous role models? Just because, excuse me, our students missed some really important content there. And I'm just curious how that changes, if it's monthly, or are teachers able to bring back any of that information?
Thank you, Trustee Buga. It's a great question. So that hub, so if anybody doesn't know what a hub is, it's Google. It is a Google, it's like a site, right? So it's like a Google site you create. So we started this 2 years ago. And so this is a site that's for all teachers and those resources are always there. Every month there is a newsletter. So it will be linked in here that comes out from our lead team here as to what the theme is for the month. As for how this is going to be shifted, I'm going to let the team decide how they shift now, but those resources were up there for the month. So they're there, and every month there is a theme. And so that is continued from last year, that there's a theme that's on there, and that will be brought to you. It will be in here what the theme is for the month, so you can see that. And it is accessible for all teachers and staff to access for student learning.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you. We will move on to 8.8, or has that already been covered in the previous? No. Okay. Sorry, admin procedure 575, suspension of school bus privileges.
Thank you, Board Chair. And so we apologize because, again, when we're putting our agenda together, we ask Amy to leave and for a report, and then she's got to come back. So we apologize, Amy. So I just want to remind the board something, and your facilitator for the last 2 days spoke about this a little bit, but I want the board to know that you will always hear the words policies thrown around, and then you'll hear school policy. It's like, but is that a board policy, school policy? Sometimes you hear a procedure. So we have to sometimes be careful because yours are board policies, but I want you to know if there's ever a legal challenge in anything, that if a policy is silent, the next thing they go to is your admin procedures. So I just want you to know that for the risk to the board, that because governing up here, sometimes it doesn't go into the minutia, but that's why then they go to the APs. So if there ever was a challenge or anything in legal, that I just wanted the board to know that, because I know sometimes if you say, well, if it's not in policy, then what? So if the policy does not speak to it, then next the legal would go to APs. So I just want you to know that. When we bring admin procedures forward, we have a whole process for admin procedures because we do get feedback before we do that. We have a review schedule just like you will have for your policies. And so this is important, as you can see, because of the timing of the year, why this AP has been updated and reviewed. And so now I will turn it over to the team just to share as information the updates to AP 575, suspension of school bus privileges.
Perfect. Thank you, Superintendent. Yeah, this AP has just brought forward for information for some change we're making. I'm going to pass it over to Manager of Transportation.
Thank you for having me back. Transportation Manager Amy Colasar. So this particular piece is just in regards to Administrative Procedure 575, suspension of school bus privileges. It is in reference to Exhibit 2, which is the transportation rules and regulations. So this piece has been brought forward as it's referenced by bus operators and shared with parents and students annually. It's been added to our registration process as well to be acknowledged by parents when they're registering for transportation services. So we just wanted to update the document to keep the information similar, but the delivery more focused and concise. So we worked alongside our communications team to kind of revamp this information, as it is something that's presented quite often. So it's mostly just the same information, but with a couple of little communication tweaks.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns? Trustee Buchan.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, having clarity on regulation is critical. Will the two questions, I guess, will the updates be communicated to all parents and bus drivers, everyone who is needing? Is that like as needed, or is this going to be waiting for the annual update? And then my second comment is, what were the bus contractors and operators part of the rewrite? Did they have input on this ahead of time, or is this, will they be happy to see this? I guess I'm asking.
Sure. Transportation Manager Amy Colasar, thank you for the questions. So the first thing is we do send these transportation rules and regulations out a couple of times throughout the year. So I think if this was to go forward, it would absolutely be a great opportunity to send it out to our transportation riders as a reminder. The other piece is that we've kind of informally collected some feedback from both admin and bus operators on things that they loved or didn't love about the wording in the rules and regulations. We haven't formally requested feedback on the form, but I do think that they'll be pleased to see just a couple of minor changes in there.
Anything else coming forward? Trustee Briggs?
Were our bus contractors part of the rewrite? Were they consulted to see what they can and can't transport?
Thanks for the question. They weren't formally consulted in the rewrite of this, but it is something that they use frequently, and the information is quite similar. So I don't think there would be any concerns with the information that we've rewritten, but we haven't formally brought this to contractors.
Thank you. Trustee Reed?
Trustee Reed, Ward 6, just a question, through the contractors, I'm sure we have, I don't know what the number is, 10 or 12 contractors throughout the school division. Is there one common voice from that school contracting group to the board or to the school division, or is it per contractor basis?
Thank you, Board Chair. No, we try to make sure to get every contractor's voice. There has been some effort in the past, I think, for them to try and get one voice, but they're usually a little split. As well, to be honest, from a business perspective, they are individual contractors. We deal with them individually. So we just want to keep that in mind and make sure everyone's being heard. What we have done in terms of communications, we've done a variety of things with them over my time here, I guess my 2 years. We've met with them in a big group. We've done, small groups of 5 just to make sure we're hearing everyone's voice, because we did find in the bigger group that we didn't hear from everyone. So we pulled them in last year in small groups of 5, and I still have to do 5 because we only have so much time available. And we did find we found it was a more valuable conversation, and we got to hear from everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Gibbons.
Crystal Gibbons, Ward 7 trustee. Just on the regulations on the luggage and equipment, with the hockey stick being like may be transported and then no equipment unless like if it restricts access, does that have any implications to the hockey program with Gibbons School?
Good question. I don't think that it would. It's more so a situation of if the bus is at full capacity and there's nowhere for something to be stored, that the bus operator would have the ability to say, like, there's no room, we aren't able to do this. We haven't had situations like that come forth, but it is something that we want to have that ability to have the leeway on.
Can I just suggest maybe as a hockey parent, equipment's ridiculously expensive. So if like say it's at the school and on the way home, the bus driver's like, no, there's no room, that might potentially be a problem. Or if they have a game or something that night as well. So just my suggestion.
Thank you. And I will allude to that as well. I think, do we have a process by which the bus drivers buy into the admin procedures that you're providing? I can think of countless examples in our community about some individual contractors being quite fine with hockey sticks being transported, equipment being transported, and others not. Equipment being lost or left or whatever, and then go to bring it back on the bus and bus drivers saying no. So is there a way to run that by, or is there a process to vet this through the contractors to make sure that everybody is buying into what you're suggesting? Because I agree, we don't want to hear as trustees like really irate parents phoning us to say that my kid's hockey stick can't come home because of something. Superintendent.
Yeah, thank you. So we've had the Hockey Academy for a long time. It might seem that this AP is new. It's been around for a very long time. If this was cleaning up the language based on all the feedback we've had from drivers, as a parent, as an adult hockey child who did that his whole life, we can't have hockey bags on buses because if we have to evacuate the bus, right? So all of that is clearly communicated. And with the Hockey Academy, they always have those discussions well in advance. This is to clear it up so it's clear for parents and for contractors. We are always, as I said, transportation gets talked about a lot. We care about our drivers, we care about our contractors. It's not our drivers, the contractors' drivers, but we want to keep everybody safe. So none of this is new. It's cleaning it up so it's just more clear. And I think that was always our piece. So we always have conversations. So this isn't a new AP. It's been around for a long time. It's just that we wanted to tighten up the language, just like Amy said, when we were meeting with them and over the last year, the misconduct, right? Because a lot of this is around misconduct. And we want to make sure it's clear for parents. Everybody has the same thing. This is the expectation. These are the rules. And as you know, because I believe someone just alluded to, sometimes some drivers might just say, oh, sure, I'll pick you up or I'll do that. And this is why we can't control drivers. We work through the contractors. So this is why, again, we have to make sure our contractors understand our job is safety. Our job is transporting kids. So again, we appreciate you want to be kind-hearted, but you also have to remember that we have the responsibility of keeping people safe. And we must follow actually the rules that are in the contract. So just so you know, these are not new. They've just been reworded to be better aligned with where we are right now.
Thank you. And if there's anything that does arise, we can always look at that as our meetings continue. Thank you. Is there any other comments regarding that? All right. Let us then move forward on to the next agenda item, which is item 9.1, the chair's report. It will be very short this time, I promise you that. I just want to again reiterate that I have the privilege of working with each and every one of you at the table here, and I am very thrilled about that. You have my commitment to do my very best. And if you have things that you want to approach me about, please do. We all belong, and I would rather hear from you. Like I used to tell children when they were younger, I'd rather hear from you if there's something that you want me to know than hear from somebody else. So welcome, and looking forward to our journey. And yes, thank you. Seeing there are no comments, let's move on to trustee reports. Again, this will be very, very short. This is an item that I would like to revisit. We had that conversation just briefly yesterday about what that can look like in the future. So we'll stay tuned for that one. And is there a committee, sorry,
There's no, no committee there, but just because ASBA and PSBA are on there, and I know those are the provincial bodies that are supposed to speak for us. We don't go sort of half-cocked out to the media doing our own thing. Those first meetings are coming up, and I would really like the representatives there to find out what PSBA and ASBA is saying in terms of the notwithstanding clause being imposed upon teachers. I would really like some information to come back about what, if those are the voices that are speaking for us, I want to know what they're saying about that.
all right. So
Thank you.
I can give commitment on the ASBA. Crystal and I will be attending there. So either one of us or both of us will come back with information on the notwithstanding. And who is attending the public school boards? Cindy and Brian.
I hope we're all going to be there, to be quite honest.
Okay, so maybe we could all go and know what's going on. Okay, but officially you would like more information? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on, is there a Rotary report?
Trustee Reed, Ward 6. No. So this morning we met. We just discussed what I shared with you earlier about having either myself or Trustee O'Shea there, and it was just a feeling that one is preferred rather than just have somebody fiddling a chair for a purpose. So that was our discussion. We're always welcome. I mean, the discussion around Rotary is we're always welcoming. So if any member of this room feels the need to come and experience Rotary, the door is always open. But thank you.
Thank you. And Chamber of Commerce meetings, is there, Trustee Buga, do you wish to?
I have questions.
The Rotary? Okay, we'll back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just curious if it's possible. I know Rotary gives some really excellent presentations and has some fantastic people speak. Is there a way that the board can be made aware of what's coming up in the, exciting things that maybe our representative might think that would be of value to us so that we can attend if it seems reasonable?
Through the chair, yes, for sure. We typically get our schedule about a month in advance as to what we have speakers coming up. We try to do 3 speakers a month and leaving 1 meeting a month open for our club to talk about internal club stuff. But certainly some of the speakers are very entertaining, and some of them do pertain to our schools, especially through the high school with our Interact kids. And I will certainly share that information through our own circuit so that everyone is welcome. And like I said before, our meetings are in person as well as virtual. So it's a blended meeting. You don't have to be in person. You can log in, and I can share the login information as well.
Thank you. That would be helpful. Trustee Briggs?
Do we have any administrators attending Rotary meetings in the division?
It's not on a regular basis. And I think that Trustee Reed could probably speak a little better to that. But I think even talking about that, what would bring value, because like you said, our Interact Club, our high school, those kids were so keen. And so just wondering if there's something else, but that is something else to bring back. If there's something Rotary, we have cool things, and what could be of value, whether it's our principals or even taking some of our students to present. But I think it's a wonderful opportunity. But no, our admin goes. We've had presentations from some of our administrators have come. But as for if you want to schedule, I'm not controlling any of that.
Through the chair, yes, we do have admin come. Actually, I believe the last admin presentation was from Darwin Cripps at the high school, and the football coach coming to look. And Sean, is that when you were there? And they quite often will come to present about a model of funding or a project that they have happening. Our Interact students do report through Lisa, but we do have them come in person. We try to get them quarterly to come so they get the experience of being in the club, so they feel that we're still part of the family. And typically they'll select 2 or 3 of the kids to come and do that. Those presentations are really good because the kids have a totally different perspective of service to above self. And some of the projects that they've come up with are really good.
Thank you. Anything else on Rotary before we move to Chamber of Commerce meetings? 10.4, is there any information coming forward for Chamber of Commerce meetings at this time? Seeing nothing, let's move to the Community Services Advisory Board, 10.5. Nothing at this point in time. I don't see any unfinished business for us. Are there any questions coming forward from the public? Yes.
So as per policy, it is the morning before that there was questions. There was a cutoff time, so it was checked and there were nothing submitted. I will say to the board that during the comment and question period, that is when our QP president and ATA local president usually come. And our ATA president will be attending our meetings in person, and he will provide at the public board meetings. We will extend the same offer out to our QP president, who, if we, again, the board will be flexible. It might be at a certain time to accommodate when they're on break to do that report. And so, but the ATA local president, just being the first day back, was going to be here today, but then just asked last night for us to consider he would rather be with students. And I said, I think your students need you. We put students first. So I just want the board to know that moving forward, that's why there's nothing there but comment and question. That is if the public has submitted as per your policy, if there was a question, and I would make sure the board chair has that, of course, at the deadline. And then the second piece that ATA president and QP may be in attendance in person.
Thank you, Superintendent Warren. We're moving on to item number 13. And I think for everyone's benefit, Superintendent Warren, if you could just explain this portion of the meeting for those who might be virtually joining us online, and just clarification of what this part of the meeting looks like. Thank you.
Absolutely, Chair. So soon the board will make the motion to go in camera. And so, as you know, it's very important that certain things are protected. The board, there are things that have to be spoken about in confidence. Often it's the 3 Ls, which is land, legal, and labor. And so those are the things that are within confidence. So that is why the board goes into camera. No decisions are made in camera. If there's any decisions made, then the board would come out of in camera. So that is so our public understands what that means. But it is very particular. It's about protecting information. And so that's my explanation. Hopefully that's well understood.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And with that, we will adjourn at 2:03. Do we need a motion to adjourn?
A motion to go in camera.
A motion to go in camera. Trustee Bucco.
I move we move in camera.
And then
And we are all voting on that one? All in favor? We will go in camera and adjourn at